A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the EPBF European Championships live from Antalya in Turkey. The game is straight pull, of course. It's race to 125 now between Arseni Sestainov and Stefan Kasper. I'm Mark White, and joining me in the booth is my good friend and analyst with an unrelenting knowledge for cue sports, Tim De Leiter. Hello, Tim.
Hello, Mark. And yeah, I think we're up for a treat between two very informed players. I'm actually surprised that Stefan Kasper wasn't playing in the Las Vegas Open. He did last year, did really well. But overall in the Euro Tour and the European Championships, definitely a very informed player at the moment. And the same goes for Sebastianov. He's been having very good results lately on the professional tour, on the big occasions. So let's see, good cue ball, close to the short rail, but this one ball is alright though. If you look at the four, definitely something to play on off this one ball.
Yeah, the race is increased now. We're getting down to the business end of this tournament. 125 now the race. We will go through the rules if you're not familiar with the rules of straight pull. Basically, it's pot as many balls as you can, and the first one to 125 wins. It's a bit more to it than that, but that's why we've got Tim in the booth for this one. There's not much he doesn't know about cue sports. Know it, then it's not worth knowing. Look at this, Tim.
Wow. I don't think you can have a better start than this. Making a long opening shot and then the perfect split. Well, there's only one thing you could have wished for a bit more, Mark. Is maybe a break shot already showing up after the split. But I'm sure he'll be able to nudge one over.
Moment 13 or 8 kind of looks okay, doesn't it? But he's going to have to move one of them for one of them to become a break ball. Now, you just mentioned, Tim, that you didn't expect, or you expected, I should say, Stefan Kasper to be in Vegas as he was last year. I just read a post from Wojtek Szewczak who says he's on his way back from Vegas and hopefully going to try and pick up some European Championship medals. So he's on his way here. Too late for this straight pull, of course, but he'll be there in time for all the other great events we have coming up for you over the coming days, guys.
Yeah, I feel like if I look at the years I've played the European Championship, I feel like last year the field was a bit weaker in general. But this year, definitely a strong field once again. Field is getting stronger again. People are coming out to play, so that's good. That means that the European Championship makes sense to play. I was chatting with Piers Lebudis, for example. He said his federation is helping him out to be here, and he really wanted to play the European Championships, and I think that's also how it's supposed to be. Now,
yeah.
The 12, I think, does go as a break shot, so... Well, I was gonna say the 9 or the 14 to get to the 12 would be ideal. But he's now playing onto the 9. So maybe 9-14, cross over to the 8 and the 2. And then use the 13 to give yourself an angle on the 12.
Yeah, I like that very much, Tim. Both great cueists, both pretty quick as well, particularly Arseni, the guy from Finland, who's been making a few waves just lately on the big tours, in the big events. Got to the final of the Philippines Open against David Al-Kaidi, just went one short after beating Jason Shaw in that semi-final, where Jason missed a straight in 9, which was unbelievable. I was there. The crowd went absolutely crazy. Oh, that's perfect, Tim, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a really good start for Stefan Kasper. And yeah, could have easily landed on, well, either the left or the right side a bit wrong on the 13. But I think if he follows near, oh, what's it gonna be, like a diamond forward. Ooh. Yeah, shaking the head.
Oh.
He does have an angle, but that was supposed to be a bit bigger, Mark.
Yeah, he's going to really have to force this cue ball, Tim. But he doesn't have to nudge them completely open, of course. He's just looking for any ball to keep the break going. You have to be very patient when you're playing straight ball. You could be sat in your chair for 30-40 minutes without doing anything, your opponent just potting balls. You're just hoping to get a chance, as is Stefan looking for a chance off of this break. Oh, that's pretty good, Tim.
Yeah, well, there's always good news and bad news. I've been starting my own trend at these. There's good news and bad news. Well, the good news is he's on the 5. The bad news is the pack hasn't split as much as he would have liked. He can have another go at it using the 6 or the 1. And I think the 1 is the better option. With the 11 next to the stack, you would say if he plays a bit of draw on this, he can open up the stack and always have the 11. But he's played that a bit soft. Would have liked to smash him. Seen quite a lot of players play these kind of shots a bit soft, so not sure why exactly. Now, this is a quarterfinal match. There's still Tobias Bongers in the field. Straight pool expert, I would say. Definitely has been playing a lot of straight pool since he was young and has made many runs. Most of them in practice, so of course they still have to do it in a tournament. But he's the reigning champion, he's a defending champion, and he's in the quarterfinals again, so making a good run. And there's 3 Germans in the quarterfinals, Mark. How strong is that?
Yeah, I was just looking. Luca Men joining Stefan Kasper and Tobias Bongers. We have a Swiss man as well, of course. Now, we saw his game earlier on, Tim. Ronald Wrigley played really well, didn't he? And we have, well, I'm going to get you to say his name, Joel Kartwik-Roma.
Joel Kartwik-Roma. It's close, yeah.
Oh, not bad. Not bad for a stupid Englishman, huh?
Well, I mean, we have some different tones, let's say it like that. Now, did he already develop that 8 ball maybe into a break shot? Otherwise he could have drawn into the 2 ball, pushing it over to be a break shot.
Let's have a little friendly wager here, Tim. How many balls do you think Stefan Kasper will make here? Have a guess. Just a bit of fun.
6.
And what about you guys in the chat? No, I'm in the run. I'm gonna guess 64. There you go. That's my guess.
Well, usually when someone plays so well, you would assume something goes wrong on the break shot. So it's gonna be 42, 56, 70. So I'm gonna say He's gonna have 55 points, and then something's gonna happen on that break shot.
Okay. It's written down, sir. Noted. Let's see. We're pretty close, actually, on our thoughts there. What do you reckon, guys, on YouTube? You can play along as well. Just for a bit of fun. How many Stefan Kasper going to run here? So he'll be looking, Tim, for a better angle than he left himself last rack on this 9 ball. Needs it to go a bit. Needs it to go. That's okay.
Well, I just want you to know that my brother is watching and he guessed 99. So let's see.
That is a typical Gino. Guess that is typical, isn't it? He wants to see all the drama, doesn't he? So Gino says 99. It will be interesting if he does. Hi Gino, glad you're okay. Good to know you're watching, mate.
You know, for
So
the, I'll throw in a Predator Pure Chalk for the one that actually guesses it on the spot. Let's see how many people will guess.
There you go, guys. A block of Predator Pure Chalk for the person on YouTube that types in the right number of the run that's going to be. That's a very good idea, Tim. Well done. Oh, we've one guess already. 125 for PJP.
I was gonna say, saw him run over 300. So Stefan Kasper, I mean, who knows? He won't be able to finish his run, even though if he runs 125. Now, this is a bit tricky, though. I mean, he's got only 2 balls to work with, so that means he has to get the ideal shape. Can he run one rail maybe into the 13 and always have the 4 ball available? Bit of a split end shape. Oh, well, I'm afraid, Mark, we all might have been wrong.
Can I change mine to 30? 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can change it to 30.
I just want to put it out there that if I had won the chalk, I would have redonated it. There you go. Just want it known.
Yeah, this is a good shot. I like this a lot. This is what I mentioned earlier yesterday. Yeah, I mean, we're not the only ones trying to be clever and guess the right number after he's played the safety, right?
Yeah.
But I like the fact that Stefan has played the safe, but he's brought the ball over the side pocket. So there's no way Arseny can play the cue ball to the top side of the table. And that 4 ball being pretty much available for most of the position on the bottom side. It's quite the trap, but this is a good shot from Arseny. Stefan looking to find the 6 ball again. Awkward though, as you can see, cueing quite some angle. Oh.
Well, holds the hand up, so he's got away with it, Tim. No 14 ball available for Sestanov. Or is there?
No, I would not think so, but maybe a cut into the center. We know he likes to go very aggressive.
Big pocket with the 2 ball there.
Yeah,
Didn't
shot.
need it, and now he can break them off this, Tim. I think he's got a little bit of angle, hasn't he? Or he can certainly play for the 4 to split them. Yeah, I've seen he's also a very, very good Kaiser player. I was trying to remember the name of it. It's a little bit similar to pyramid pool, but played with either 3 or 4 balls, I can't remember now, but on the same kind of table as pyramid pool is played, and he's a champion of Finland at that many times over. So these pockets, Tim, 4 1/4, they'll be a little bit easier for him than he's used to. Now, the defending champion, Tobias Bongas, has just started against Mustafa Alnar. We'll let you know the scores there when anything significant happens. Nice angle on this 6 ball. Oh, yes.
Mini nudge. Yeah, very straight cueist, Arsene Sebastianov. Now, I'm not too familiar with the pyramid game or Kaisa, because they play a lot of Kaisa, I believe, in Finland. I know this young man is a champion at it, though. Most of the tournaments he actually enters playing Kaisa, he wins. And those pockets are, well, how can I say, probably the tightest you'll ever see in your life. Yeah, they're
non-existent.
It's almost like...
It's like more like a carom table.
Yeah.
Thinking the same things here, Tim. We've known each other too long, mate. We're finishing each other's sentences.
So now he's looking for the angle out on the 3 ball, looking to see where he's gonna hit the stack. And I think with a forceful stun, he should be okay.
Oh.
And a nice pace. Like, I seen Sparrowloo Fisher yesterday, for example. He went into the stack with quite some authority. Arsene likes to play bigger strokes too. So the rack is just gonna open up so much more. And, well, that's exactly what you need in straight pool, obviously.
Well, he's certainly not afraid to leave himself distance from the object ball to the pocket. The 7 ball is a target here, I would imagine. Could play the 4 also. Sebastianov, such a straight shooter, Tim, isn't he? Tremendous.
Yeah, now still looking for a break shot. Maybe the 4 ball is just outside of the rack, so that could function as it, but I have to say, whenever the balls are like so close to each other near the rack, I usually look for a ball where I can nudge it over a bit more. So maybe the 13. Just playing this combination first. Looking to get a small angle. Maybe he can nudge the 4 now, or maybe nudge the 12 ball out on the side and nudge the 4 a little bit. Well, I could ask you the same now, Mark. This is probably gonna be some run, unless something unexpected happens, just like we've seen with Stefan Kasper. So, what's it gonna be?
42.
I think he's gonna land on 39.
Oh. Same again. Anyone that guesses it, we didn't have a winner last time. Is that chalk still on offer, Tim?
Yes.
Good man. So a piece of pure Predator chalk for anyone who guesses the right amount that Arsini finishes on. But get your votes in quick, guys. We don't want anyone saying 32, or 21 or 22 when you see him miss. So let's be fair about this. It's only a piece of chalk at the end of the day, not £1 million. That was a good shot.
Well, looks like the 4 ball will be the ideal break shot for him. Or is it? I mean, he's landed too short. Would have been nice to fall on the 8. It's gonna take this away. I'm slowly starting to get worried for everyone's guesses, because I mean, is he gonna opt for that 1 ball as a break shot, which isn't impossible? It's just one of the alternative break shots. It's not as guaranteed to make a good split and to get shape.
Well, 25 and counting. Get your guesses in, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we should not be giving people so much time actually to guess, because if Arsene lands in a very difficult position, that's where people are gonna say, well, he's gonna land on 26.
Yeah, so let's close it before the break then, Tim. We didn't really think this through, did we? But it's okay. It's just a bit of fun, guys. Oh, cue ball. Cue ball. Well, we don't have a winner. That is now closed.
What a crazy ending. As I said,
I've
Mark,
literally drawn a line under this, Tim. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm just saying, just let me say this quickly. I've drawn a line under it. That competition is now shut before we get any more guesses.
well, I was gonna say, with how good of a players they are, usually the open layouts, as it's laying right now, you shouldn't be worried too much. He has the 15, he could run straight into the 10 ball and always have a shot. for example. So I'm not too worried in the open positions. Main thing where it goes wrong is the break shot in general. It's just like the break in 10 ball. It has to be great, it has to open up, and you still have to land on a shot. Just like in any other game.
Yeah, we were talking about Jason Shaw earlier, and it's only fair that we mention the likes of Willie Mosconi and John Schmidt as well when we're talking about great runs in 14-1, because of course John Schmidt held the record for many, many years. No one could beat the 626 until Jason ran a 714, I think it was.
And let's see. Did he leave himself a nice angle on the 11 to draw into the balls again? Like coming in from, let's say, the 11 ball into the 6 or into the cluster, you would say with the 3, 13 or the 2 all pointing towards the bottom right, you would say any ball will go. So it's kind of a free shot at times to develop the rack. He's probably gonna try and get a bit closer, maybe get a better angle on a short shot, but I mean, with, as I said, how great of a cueists they are, the sooner they get the rack open, the better. See, now he's going up to the 10 and playing the split, so should be okay still.
He might have pushed the 7 into a breakball position, Tim, or has he already decided, you think, on the 11? Or is that a bit low, the 11?
It looks to be a bit low indeed.
Oh, it's gone wrong, but he's okay. He's got a saver over the side. Or a saviour, you could say.
Now, that 14 could also be a break shot though, but you have to be so precise on the long rail in order to have the more natural angle. Yeah, slow start between Tobias Bonges and Mustafa Alnar. 13-5. If you look at that scoreline and this one has 65 points in. They got less than 20. So we are at a pretty high pace at the moment. Yeah, there was one last 16 match taking longer though. Yuma Dörner from Germany was playing Georgi Georgiev. They went for a long time, but Yuma Dörner winning that 100-74, and that makes it 4 Germans in the quarterfinals, which is, I mean, just think about it. What are the odds from this position to get a German final?
Well, the only thing I will say is if 2 Germans win in the bottom half, Tim, they will meet each other, Dormer and Luca Men, and Tobias Bongers would meet Stefan Kasper if they both win. So theoretically, yes, there could be 1 or 2 in the final. Let's see what happens. It's interesting, isn't it? Referee having a little bit of a job here. It's all very technical, Tim, isn't it? This straight pull game.
Well, I told you about how much they play straight pull in Germany, and also just the fact that even when players start to play pool in the lowest of leagues, they already start to play straight pull, which for most of the countries they cannot even imagine, because they would say, well, there's no tournaments in straight pull, why play straight pull in the league? But yet it's very popular there. They'll go for an evening out to play straight pull against each other, which I'm quite sure a lot of people won't be able to relate.
Well, I thought he was going to blast into them for a second. But as we know, you only need 1 ball to keep the break going. And he's got the 2 ball here, Tim.
Yeah, and he goes up to the 5 now. Now this time he can blast into the stack. As long as you play it hard enough in between the 3 and the 11, catch the 4. Oh, well, he's on the 11. I'm not sure if he actually got the 8.
Yeah, definitely has the 11, doesn't he? I'm not sure about the 8. Oh, he's looking at it though, Tim, I think. I think the 8 ball is his ball. It must be tight.
Yeah, Stefan starting off from 31. So he's on almost 20 points now.
Nice shot.
Well, he's opened that nicely, but maybe fell a bit awkward. Cue ball rolling slightly forward towards the 10. He's putting on a big extension, so he's gonna be reaching all over the table to cut this 10 in.
Made me laugh then. How he reached up, he put the extension and then reached up to chalk it. It's like an old joke that snooker player Dennis Taylor used to do in exhibitions. We used to have, before the invention of extensions for cues, there were things called half butt and full butt. I'm sure you've seen them, Tim, the long bridge and the long rest. Very, very long cues. And he would, part of his act would get the half butt out or the full butt, stand it upright and try and chalk it, and then he'd stand on a chair to get the chalk on the cue. Very funny. It just reminded me of that story then.
Well, I have to say the 9 ball does look to be great as a break shot. It's all about connecting the dots in the right way. He has now passed the 20 points limit this run. So, you know, maybe we should go for the third time. You know, third time is the charm, they say. Because with this break shot, I can imagine someone is going to be able to guess the right score.
Well, why don't we wait until he's broken and then we'll take the guesses? What do you reckon to that? Is that a good idea?
Yeah, it's too easy. And then there's always a next break shot. But we can do that, or we give people time to call the score till he shoots the break shot.
Okay.
Now, a bit more work on this 14. Left himself a bit straighter. I guess he's gonna go forward 2 rails, but crossing the positional area a bit, so too easy to get too short or too long. Needs to be able to go a bit more. Oh, he's alright though. I mean, he's got the angle, but yet a ball or maybe 2 further would have been comfortable.
That was very nice of Arseni there. Put all the balls in the rack for Stefan. Lovely gesture. He might secretly be hoping that he scratches here or there or doesn't get on a ball.
Yeah, but that is the dynamic of straight ball. Oh, he's gonna leave himself long. Well, he is
2 or 10.
Something though.
I think 10 ball Tim is the one, isn't it? To the right.
Yeah, I kind of like that. It's like when you play the 10 and you stun into the 4 or 13. I feel like you're running into a glove, but you still gotta make the ball. So I'm happy we were waiting a bit with the contest. Now Arseni could play the 13, run straight into them. Doesn't matter if he catches the 1, the 11, or even the 5. I would say he's always on a shot. So I think ideally catch the 1 ball full. The 1 ball will push the 11 and the 6 out.
Just a reminder, guys, 35-second shot clock, 25-second extension each, and 60 seconds after the break. That's the clock on the left that you can see next to the scores. Adds a little bit of drama as it gets down very, very close to 0.
Yeah, in the meantime, Tobias Bongers now starting to go for a good run. He's on 49. A run of 49. He's now on 63 points against 5 for Mustafa Alnar. And then Luca Men trailing to Ronald Regley. 43 to 26. And I'm wondering if Joel Katuikromo and Yuma Durner, if they're gonna play today, or because they have not started yet. Or maybe there's something with the scoring, who knows.
Well, this is day 2 of the European Championships, coming to you live from Turkey. Got lots of good stuff. We even have a Euro tour after the European Championships, so we're here for some time, guys. Billiard TV every day, all free to watch as well. 2 TV tables with full commentary. It's a little bit funny, Tim.
Yes, indeed. A little bit of no man's land. He's looking at a combination 12-6. As you can see, it's lined up quite off angle. I'd rather cut the 14 into the side than play this combination, to be honest.
So would I. So would I. But he didn't, and he got it. Oh, that's not bad either, is it? It's not too bad where he's finished, Tim. He can take the 10, clear that end, and then come back down to finish business. Or is he looking at playing the 7?
Well, that's another thing. Since I was young, starting to play straight pool, I always was looking at my opponent, looking to see if what they were gonna play, how are they gonna play it, the whole pattern. Oh,
he's messed it up.
Well, maybe he's on the 7 still, but oof, no. Wow,
No, he's not.
That
He
is a
actually
bit
lodged
careless.
right on the 3. I mean, he took it so quickly. He had so much space to land in there to be on any one of those 4 balls, and he's not on anything. Bizarre.
Yeah, so my story at the end is that I was always trying to pick something from a player playing against me, playing straight pool. But then sometimes I would play against someone that would only just pot the balls, and it looked like they really didn't make any plan. You know, just they shot whatever looked good, fast, and no plan. Oh. Bit of back and forth now suddenly. Anyhow, at some point I started to learn the fact that as long as I am in the chair and the other guy is making the ball, it doesn't matter if he's banking every ball or if he's playing the perfect straight ball. In the end, I have to sit. So you can see sometimes players like looking a bit funny when... Wow. Sometimes players, they look a bit funny, Mark, when the opponent is starting to play combinations and bank shots and pull the rabbit out of the hat kind of shots. Just does not always make sense in the end. The other guy makes points, so just wait.
14 ball will be the last one, so take the 7 now, go over for the 8, and then get nicely on the green 14.
Well, he is eyeing
Ideal.
He is eyeing the 8 ball, and then again he's going for the alternative break shot. He's gonna leave himself the angle towards the rail, which I find those not so appealing. Easy to get stuck into the stack.
Always forget one. Yeah, Tobias Bonger's Tim, reigning champion, 74-5 ahead now and counting. But Joel and Hugh Madonna haven't started yet. So maybe they are saving that one, Tim. Maybe it's a little bit too late to start that one. We're already 30 minutes late with the scheduled time of 3 p.m. We didn't start till 3:30. He's okay. Couple of balls to choose from.
Well, I would say he's more than okay. He can leave himself to the bottom of the 6, use a 6 ball to run into the stack again.
Well, I stand corrected. Thank you for that, Tim. They have started playing, guys. Umadana is, I believe, 14 points up. He's just had a run of 14, so they have started. So we will know our semi-finalists very soon.
Now if he can run
this
in
6
into the 5 ball mark, top spin, don't hit it soft. Oh.
4 to bounce. Well, he may be okay on the 9. Don't think so though, because he's coming round to look at the 4. I think he might have to play this with a trace of right hand spin.
Yes.
Well,
as you can see, the 5 ball is in between.
Wow, what a shot. Into the side pocket, Tim at pace. Very good shot. Not as easy as they look. Going into them again off the 2. No, he's not. He's going forwards. How can he get... Oh, he was going into them, Tim. Well, he's all over the place, isn't he? At the moment. I mean, how would you rate his patterns, Tim?
Well, there is 2 kind of different styles in straight pull though. There is the shot making style and there is the calculated pattern play. Now we know that Arseny also playing 9 ball, he's more of a shot maker. Just like he's gonna go for this 13 and run the cue into the stack. But that is one of the problem with the shot making, is the fact that if you seem to miss 1 or 2, you're gonna leave it wide in the open. But overall, gotta say, with its score line 60 to 43 raised to 125, we're almost midway. This match really shaping up to go all the way for both.
This is nice, especially if he's got an angle on it, which he has. Can go into them again. Judge that really nicely, Tim. Oh, is he on the 9?
Well, there might be a 7-5 combination into the corner as well. But what's gonna be the break shot? Is he gonna take maybe the 11 as a breaker?
Doesn't like it. Look to see if the 5 would go. Obviously he does. He's on the 7 as well. I think the 7's the better ball actually. Unless he... Yeah, it is. Thought he might be able to push the 7 from the 5, but it's going the wrong way, the angle. think you were right, Tim. It's going to be the 11, isn't it, for the key ball, for the break ball?
Yeah, we've seen quite some alternative break shots this match. Now, of course, any break shot is a break shot. You still have the opportunity to open up the rack. But it's always nice if you can get that ball next to the stack. That's one of the usual suspects. Easiest to control, easiest to get shape on, the most impact. Oh, well, I guess we were both wrong, Mark, but still surprised. That 5 ball must be laying just under the stack.
Oh, don't be doing that, Arsene. It'll cost you 15 points, my friend, if you start doing things like that.
Well, what's life without a bit of risk, I guess.
Not worth living. Live on the edge, throw the balls down, just missing. Oh, look at this for Ratkin as well. It's a lovely motion going around the break ball there. Well, it looks pretty good, Tim, doesn't it, now that they're all in place?
Yeah, I think you'll have to play with top left spin, running the cue ball 3 rails around, back to the center. Then again...
Oh, look at this.
He's on the 9, but I feel like it's played so soft. It's either that or he racked the balls really bad for himself because, well, how do they open up like this, playing it at that pace? Yeah, no balls.
Yeah, the speed.
No balls next to the stack as well, so doesn't really have a shot to open the rack with. So I might use a 2 ball. I mean, it's a bit alternative again, but what else?
What about the 3, Tim? No good with some right hand spin?
Well, in the end, you can use any shot to open up the stack, but I mean, you like a direct angle into the stack. Well, it must be the 3 ball. But maybe he can leave the cue ball near the long rail and have a direct angle into the stack.
This just became very difficult, Tim. Oh, has the 10, has the 1. There's a thin one on the 12 as well. Maybe he can just catch the 11. He's going around it and doesn't want to hit it. Wow, what's he done there? Yeah, he's disgusted with that. Straight into the pocket, Tim. That's just careless, isn't it? Maybe he's caught the 12 ball wrong.
Yeah, a bit of a unexpected mistake. And also, I will have to say that he's not running as many balls as he started the match off with, and that will be a bit worrying. You know, if you feel like every time you miss, your opponent is only running 10 or 20 points, then it would feel like a let-off, you know. You can relax a bit more because you know if you're going to miss one, your opponent is not going to capitalize fully on it. The most...
Absolutely.
The most tense straight ball I've played in my life, Mark, I played against players like Fayen or Vandenberg, Torsten, like these kind of players where you know anytime you miss a ball, they're going to run the set. Well, that's some pressure. Like, that is... You would almost say it's not fun to play like that, but that's also the thrill. Oh... Well, I didn't like the shot at all, though, but...
Yeah, and likewise with your opponent missing and not punishing you for your mistakes. Kind of goes the other way as well, doesn't it? All came down to not a very good break ball, but when he did have the chance, Tim, as you said, he didn't really play it with much pace unless he gave himself a dodgy rack. It's also possible. You don't want to be slug wrecking yourself.
Well, it's still quite a dodgy rack. Is he gonna use this 8-ball? Is he gonna draw into the stack, or is he gonna move all the way up table to use the 10 and go into the stack? Softly into them. 30 points difference. For a fact, either player at the table or in the chair, Sebastianov or Kasper, will be easily able to overrun that. So this is not considered much of a run for both gents.
Good recovery. Now can he run the cue ball through for the 4 or the 12? Still has that 10 ball up the other end.
If not, he can play indeed for the side pocket. So now I actually like 12, go up for the 10, play from the 10 to the 14, and use the 4 to get to your break shot on the 15.
Yeah, I like that plan as well, Tim. Let's do it. Nice to have a break ball, isn't it? And another ball close to it. I'm learning that already. Makes your positional shot that much easier, and that's where he has fallen down, really, on leaving himself on a decent break shot. And he's going to have to play the 4 here now. Or is he?
Well, could still slice the 14 in and go back and forth. I'm just not a big fan of the 14 being so close to the right side of the table. So now again he has to cross the positional area, and it's easy to land too short or too far. Did nicely though this time.
Yeah, just got there, didn't he? Moves on to 80, just 45 shy. He's actually gone for a break. Arseni Sebastianov. So the referee comes over. Kasper is allowed to carry on, providing the referee is there. Did everything he could to try and miss it. He's got the 7 ball here. Nothing else, I don't think. Oh, has he got the 7? Yes.
Yeah, I think he is on the 7, but I don't know what he or who he was talking to. Almost like someone was in the crowd and he was mumbling a bit to the crowd. I don't know, but well, maybe the 3 ball is back. The 3 ball might be blocking the 7 mark. This 7 might not be as easy as we think.
He's playing the combo, is he? He is. 2-13 combo. It's hardly fluent stuff though, this, is it? It's tricky stuff here. Just can't get a flow going, can't get the balls open. They're all covering each other. If this goes right, it'll be on the 7. Maybe going into... Oh, he's gone the other way. That's even better, isn't it? Now he's on that 7. Now the work can begin. Yes, yeah, again, Tim, it's not ideal, is it? He's really struggling. Good recovery once again, but he's pushed another one. But is that makeable into a combo? The 12-3 looks a little bit headed towards the long rail to me. There is a gap between them though.
I think it's quite crooked actually. Now, if the 8 would go by them, he could really like play a firm force follow into them. But yet he is stalling, so it's kind of time to do something soon. Otherwise his run is going to stop on 85-ish.
Now he has an angle to go into the 4 balls together there on the side rail. Oh. Still working hard, it's still not happening. That's the 14, no. It's going to have to be the 5. But he needs to go into them again. He needs to develop something. Oh, he's on the 4 ball, Tim. Nice. Now it's okay.
Yeah, definitely. This is okay. I have to say, the 12 should be the break shot. Could he maybe play 8-13-5 and then use the 3 ball to get to an angle on the 12?
That extension's certainly paying its way today, isn't it? He's used that on several occasions. Still got the extension on, I think.
Well, he will have to do it with the 3-ball, but maybe he has to go actually 2 or 3 rails to get to the short, well, to the long rail, but it's a bit of a short space to land. It's quite small to get the angle towards the stack mark.
Yeah, he hasn't really been in control, has he, since he started this run, Tim? Just fighting for perfect position, and it's still not there. I'm sure he'll admit, Tim, this isn't his finest hour playing straight pull, either of them for that matter. He is creeping though, ever closer. He's opened up quite the lead now. 51, or 49 ahead rather. I'll get it right in a minute, Tim. Oh, is he on the 9? He's not. He's struggling for a ball here, Tim. He's looking for any combos available. So it looks like he's going to break down. Unless he can sort something out of the stack there. There's nothing I can see though. Is he looking at the 1, 10, 8, 15?
9?
Is it the 9? Oh yes, the 9, isn't it?
Wow.
Oh, he's found one. He's found one. And that could win him the match as well. That shot right there.
Well, he did apologize afterwards to Arseny because, I mean, you just need a bit of luck with that, you know. At the times, if every time you seem to catch the stack and it doesn't really open up nicely, but it leaves a combination, then, I mean, you're off to the races. He could have played at 100 miles an hour and still be fine, like, just whatever he felt like. So, a bit of luck, and indeed, this could be enough for the match. Still needs 28 points from this position, so I think it's actually 2 more break shots. But the fact that that combination late really connects 2 or 3 innings.
Tobias Bonger's 95 up on Mustafa Alnar. Luca Men up 62-60. There's a close one, Tim, right there with Ronald Regley. We saw Ronald play yesterday, played very, very well. And Joel and Yuma Dona are 28 apiece. So there's a couple of close matches in these quarterfinals of the 2026 European Championship Straight Pool, sponsored by Predator. Thanks to Simonis and Aramith and Longoni as well, partners for the Euro Tour. Talking of Simonis, they have teamed up with Predator and made a new cloth, which I know we were using in Vegas, Tim, the Arcadia Elite. Now, I'm not sure if this is the same cloth or whether it's straight Simonis or even straight Predator. I'm not sure of that. But it's good to see big companies joining forces, isn't it, Tim, for the better of the game. Certainly the best in the business, Aramith, Iwan Simonis and Predator doing big things. The Vegas event was just absolutely, wow, it was astonishing, wasn't it? How's it looking to you, Tim?
Well, the 6 looks to be quite low. Might be just high enough for the break shot. But if he can stop the cue ball, he can follow the 6 to be on the 15. He's played a break shot like this before. And that means we're going to see Casper now on 107 or, well, including the break shot, 108. Means he needs one more break shot after this 15. So in total, 2 break shots from this point. And that is the only hope for Sebastianov really in this match. So that something has to happen on the break shot where Casper is gonna scratch. No future, no shot after the break shot. Otherwise, the run will be over for Sebastianov.
Obviously, Tim, we are very busy with commentary these past weeks and upcoming weeks as well. Do you have any plans to play any pool over the next couple of weeks? Have you got any time? Have you got some practice coming, or what are you up to?
Well, for now, I'm just practicing a bit here and there whenever I have like an hour available in between. And I believe in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I'll be going to Oostende, to De Klokke, for the Belgian Open. So
I went to Ostend.
Oh.
I beg your pardon, I'm sorry for interrupting. I was just going to say, I went to Ostend when I was 7 years old. Can you believe that? We caught a ferry across to Hoek van Holland. And we visited Ostend as well. Caught a ferry from there, I tend to remember. Yes, so carry on, as you were.
Yeah, so, starting to play again. Play a lot more. I mean, obviously I'm gonna shy away a bit from the biggest tournaments maybe for now, because I've not been playing so much. But yeah, I'm enjoying the game again. Doing a lot of commentary, so yeah, everything should be fine from this point.
Yeah, you're making videos as well, I've been seeing on Facebook and Instagram. What did I watch the other day? Oh, that's right. I watched a review on some chalk that you were doing, I think. And you threw one particular brand, threw it away.
Yeah, but
with gusto.
But I explained why everybody should get one of the Predator Pure Chalks, right?
You certainly did, yeah.
Yeah, the ones that somebody could have won in this match. So maybe later on we will still have the semi-final and the final after this match. I might throw in that same Predator Pure Chalk. Now, cluster of 4. I don't think the 14 will be going anywhere soon. But now he's got a nice angle on the 6 ball to run into the 14, for example.
another rack, of course. He needs 9, 11 more. He can get 8 of them here, leaving a break ball. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, 2 ball landed perfect for a break shot. Now has to take away the 12 to make sure the 1 and the 14 does go to the same corner. And the same thing goes for the 4, so what he could do is run into the 3 ball. The only bad thing is if you catch the 3 ball full, you might stick to the 3 ball, so yeah, just like this. This is no good, Mark. This is no good. He's complaining, but he could have also played the window and get on the 14-1.
Well, what's he got? If anything, has he got a cross side bank on the 9? Is that possible?
Well, the other shot he's got is to play this 14 off the 1. That's what he was looking for. And he's missed it, so a chance after all for Sebastianov. But he needs a big run to be precise. He needs 81 points to make it to the semifinal.
Well, this would be some comeback, Tim, if he can do it. It's a lot to ask.
Yeah, he's now taking away the break shot. This is far from ideal. Yeah, in the meantime, you could see Tobias Bongers watch his table, just as we see Ronald Regli. Luca Men now up 90 to 60. Yeah, and things getting worse at the table with the ball in hand, ball in the kitchen. Rather, he's gonna play the 9. That 1 ball, that 2 ball does play into the side to run into the... Well, he did spot that, so it does not go to the side. It stays in the stack. But is he gonna try and nudge the 14? I don't expect too much of a run on this because both balls are in the rack. Yeah, Casper asking the referee, is it in the rack, yes or no? And that's why it's being spotted on the other side. So, oh, it's the cue ball. Oh, he's caught a roll. Oh, this is massive. He missed that 14. That was a bit unexpected.
Well, 3 of the 4 Germans with very, very healthy leads. Tobias Bonger's 108 to 38. Here, of course, 120 to 46. Luca Men 90 to 60. Uma Dorna, the only one down. He's 58-28 behind. And they've got a ball that they don't know what to do, or they can't do anything with. So it's probably going to go on the spot again, is it, Tim? As it goes close to the rack as possible. Behind the stack, I believe. It's very complicated, this 14-1, Tim.
There's so many rules.
There are. It doesn't really alter anything. Still just got to play a safety.
Well, as you can see, this is quite the trap. Cannot really move to too many places except under the 9. But to do so, he will have to cut the 13 towards that direction. So we might see a 3 fall. I mean, Kasper can play a similar shot. Just tap the cue ball. Now, just touching the cue ball is not enough. The cue ball actually has to move. That's the rule. So, no, honestly, I didn't really see the cue ball move on that.
I didn't.
But now, both players not favoring the position they're in. Yeah, Arsene is looking at leaving the cue ball over the corner, but it only works if the cue ball lands on the rail. Because if you give a bit of cueing space, that 15 now is a lot better. That's another foul.
So what does 3
tricky.
foul cost you, Tim? The rack? What does it cost you?
It's minus 16 because you get deducted 15 points and then 1 more because of the foul itself. So that's why they got to minus 16. Wow.
Oh,
He might not be on something. That 6 and the 12 landed a bit funny. That's a great pot to get nothing. Might have to cut the 14 in if that goes by the 9. So 1 more pot, and I would say if he makes this, he should be through to the semifinals. Yeah, he's on the 7 ball now, so everything in the open. 4 more points for the German, Stefan Kasper.
Oh, this has been a real battle, hasn't it? The last 3 racks, Tim, or so have been very messy. Surely cannot mess up from here. Can he?
Well, let's put the biggest jinx ever on there. This cannot go wrong. But he's got 2 balls and the 5 is on. This should be okay. Now, quick update on the other quarterfinals. Joël Katouikromo, the Dutchman, 58 against Yuma Durner. He's on 40 points. Luca Men, 98 against 65 for Ronald Regley. And Tobias Bongers, 107 against Mustafa Alnars, 44. And this 6 ball to get to the semi-final. And it's Stefan Kasper advancing through.
Well, it wasn't a classic, Tim, was it? How would you sum that game up if I was asked you to give a sentence to sum that one up for us?
It was a grind.
We'll leave it at that. Thanks very much to Tim De Ruyter. I'm Mark White. We'll see you for the next one. Until then, bye for now.
semi-finals will be announced in 6 minutes.
fast. They go fast, because we cut production. Take everything from the Turkiye.
Hello and welcome to the closing stages of the straight ball competition here at the 2026 Predator European Pool Championships, organised by the European Hockey Billiard Federation. taking place at the beautiful Miracle Resort Hotel here in Antalya, Turkey. We're at the semi-final stage. Firstly, with the women on table 17 from Germany, Ina Kaplan. And representing Austria, Lina Primus. Moving on to table 3, from Ukraine, Daria Siranchuk. And her opponent from Sweden, Linnea Hjalmarström. Moving on to the men, all 4 semi-finalists represent Germany. Firstly on table 2, Luca Men. And his opponent, Yuma Dorna. And finally, on table 1, Tobias Pongers. And his opponent, Stefan Kaspar. The women race to 75 and the men to 125, and your referees in charge of the action. On table 17, Yao Leo of Portugal. On table 3, Bojana Banda of Serbia. Table 2, Alexandru Balash of Romania. And here on table 1, Serdar Karadag of Turkey. Players, you may lag for the break.
A very warm welcome to Turkey. This is the Predator EPBF European Pool Championship. And what a happening today as we are on the way to the final in the straight pool division. We have 2 all-German semifinals. On this table we will have Luca Men facing Yuma Dörner, both from Germany. In the commentary booth we've got Joris van Amersfoort and myself, Tim de Ruiter. Welcome, Joris. Quite a special day today.
Absolutely. Looks like a historical day for German pool. 4 players from Germany into the semi-finals, indeed. And besides Luca and Yuma, we have Tobias Bongers and Stefan Kasper, both from Germany, in the other semi-finals. So all medals from this European Pool Championship will go to Germany in the straight pool division. And the fun part is that, well, it looked like it's the new age of Germany who's dominating the European market now. Back in the older days, quite some years ago, we of course had the names of Ralf Souquet, Reimering, Engert, Ortmann. They were all there dominating, but now we have the new wave, the new age from Germany. And as I recall, this is the very first time that we have only 4 people from one country in the European Championship. Do you think the same, Tim?
Well, definitely in the years I've been playing pool, but I would not be able to know for sure. Maybe 20, 30 years ago, who knows? But then in the end, still, I mean, it's quite fascinating, and especially with, as you said, a new generation of players. Because if you consider Tobias Bongers, Luca Men and Yuma Dörner, I mean, they're still quite young. Stefan Kasper maybe a bit older, but then yet overall I think quite impressive. Such a young, well, group of players still. So they're still able to progress, and they're already in semifinals of the European Championship.
Indeed, a great future for German pool. I do know that Tobias Bongers is 31. Oh, where's the cue ball? Well, it's an other way of a safety play, but it's at least safe. But Luca and Yuma are, I think, both 23. So a bright future ahead of these two young players. Well, a little double kiss on the 11 actually helped Luca to get a better safety.
Well, there is a roll-up on the 10 ball. The cue ball would be sticking to it. I like the shot a little better just because if you play the nick, it's easy to push one ball over, and that's what happened to the 6 ball.
Good thing is that he left the cue ball close to that long rail. So if Luca decides to take the shot on, it's gonna be a hard one, a tough one. And the next shot is not guaranteed either. So this semi-finals is gonna be a race to 125. And Luca rattled the 6 in the corner. So a real chance now for Yuma.
Yeah, the 10 ball going to the bottom right. Maybe he can find an early combination into the 6 ball, which could open the rack up a bit better.
Yuma calling the extension at the bottom left next to the player names. You can see the clock counting down. Players have a 35-second shot clock and 1 extension per rack.
Now, let's see. I do not expect too much from running into the 14. You might actually hook yourself pretty bad. Maybe play for the window between the 14 and the 15. Just run into them and take your chances.
Yeah, I would pre-pace it, I think. You're guaranteed to hit balls.
Well, just like that. Look at how nicely that has opened up.
Yeah, Tim, you're an established name, Tim de Ruiter, in the, especially the youth disciplines. So I guess you are familiar with Yuma and Luca from your time in the under 23?
No, I wish I still made that. But no, I definitely had Joshua Filler in the under 23. I'm more that kind of generation.
You're a little bit older than these guys.
Yeah.
30 now, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. It's quite painful still.
But yeah, in the under 23, these guys have had some great results, of course. Yuma winning the European Championship.
Yeah, I know Luca Men also has won the under 23, but I'm very sure both will be looking to take their first men's title. Oh, lost the cue ball.
Yeah, he hit the object ball pretty full. Now forced to take on this one shot. And the 2 ball is not in the way, but sometimes it can distract your cueing. Just to take it easy and get to the other side for the 9 ball. And restart from there. So we started a little bit later with this semi-finals. Also the quarterfinal match started a little bit later. Yuma was having a tough match, which delayed the whole tournament a little bit. But nonetheless, tonight, after a little break after this semi-final, we will have the finals of both the men and women. So stay tuned for more pool action.
Yeah, this is day 2, and we still have 2 weeks long of action to come. Following this European Championship, we also have the Euro Tour, the 8-ball Euro Tour. Actually, I think it's very interesting how the Euro Tour nowadays is 8-ball, 9-ball, and 10-ball, rotating each other. I kind of like it, but I've heard some people don't like it because most of the people are one-trick ponies. They like to play only 9 or 10-ball.
Rotation monsters. But indeed, Abel's much more of a puzzle. And I agree with you, Tim. I also like some difference in formats and disciplines in the Euro Tour. We of course already have the World 9-ball Tour, which is fully focused on 9-ball. And I actually really like the fact that here at the European Pool Championships we finally have a straight pool tournament, because, well, it's a kind of lost discipline nowadays.
Yeah, straight pool still has that, well, I'm not gonna say problem, but still has the issue that you don't really get to both play, to where if you play any other game in pool, you kind of alternate shots. The other player always has some shot, especially with the alternate break format. So, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, back in the day I used to play quite some straight pool with my brother, but at some point he told me I'd rather not play straight pool anymore because I don't get to play for an hour or 2.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
So
and
the 9-ball is much more
yeah.
fun to play together and also to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the watching, it really depends, though. I think you can learn a lot from it. So I might actually become a better player just by watching all these guys run 50, 60, 70, maybe more. That was a nice break shot, by the way. Good cue ball control near the center of the table, increasing the chances of another shot after the break shot. And now, is he going to run into them again? Yeah, looks like it.
From the side, from the 10 into the 9 or the 12, I think I would pretty much power this. Quite some cue action. Yeah. Not the best of a result. Of course, that 14 ball is hanging there at the left long rail. The other option would be this 2 and 1 combination. And that's his preference. Missable.
Yeah, he is close by though, but needs to cut the ball just a little bit. And that little bit could turn into a lot, but he's played it very well. Now could play onto the 15. Could also draw for the 2 and the 8, and if you land nice on the 2 ball, you could run into the balls again.
Looks like it's going to be the 8 because the angle on the 2 is pretty steep. Could also go forward again. Then he will hit some purple balls, I guess. And is it enough? I again think, to be honest, that Yuma babied a bit. He could give a little bit more power, a little bit more action, to have a little better spread and a better chance to find a nice spot on an object ball.
Yeah, I'm wondering, does the 6 ball go to the bottom left? Otherwise, he'll be facing either the 4 or the 14. And he's now playing to the top right, just to not having to shoot over the 6 ball. Can right cue in between the 6 and the 12.
Nicely done. So, still alive in this rack. When a 9 ball is out of the equation, then it opens up the pocket for the 5 ball. And also the 6 ball is a nice option here. Well, that's a perfect kiss, to be honest. Now the 12 ball has rolled into a perfect spot as a break ball. So 3 balls in the center and 2 balls at the rail.
Yeah, what would be your pattern? I think I'd like to go 2, 11, 15, 14, 5 or...
No, I'd like to pick up this 14 ball as soon as possible because I don't want to work on that shot. So mine would be 14, 15, 5, 11.
And are you playing the 11 to the bottom left or to the bottom right?
To the bottom left.
Okay.
So a stop shot on the 15. And I play the 5 towards the side pocket. The right side pocket, of course it is. And then the 11 to the bottom left.
Yeah, then moving the cue ball 2 rails around the 12 back towards the center of the table. He did draw back to go to the 11 though.
Yeah, he ain't happy with it. I can understand. So I think he has the angle to go up table. So a little bit jacked up should give position to shoot the 5 at the bottom left.
Yeah, I do like that. It's also guaranteed an angle on the 5 ball coming in this way.
Now another choice to roll this in or to go up and down 2 rails. I think a 2 railer is the better. Now he's going for a 1 railer. Oh, perfect. Well done. So Yuma Dörner quickly got the second rack on the board. Luca Man only had 1 go at a shot and is waiting for his next chance. So indeed the semi-finals and the finals we can see the referee racking the balls. up until now the players were racking the balls. I think this referee is from Romania. And Luca Man, interesting looking in how Yuma will handle this break shot, giving top spin. Right, I assume that a stop shot could really work, because then you can take the 9 and get the cue ball back into the pack. Perfect. That little roll also helped to find the sweet spot on this 9. Now again, Tim, I'm not quite sure, but I would not baby this. I would play it pretty firm.
Yeah, definitely. There's too much risk of getting stuck in between the balls. He did put a little bit more punch on this though.
Now you normally take on the 2 ball, but the normal route will bring you into the cluster of 4 balls. Not quite sure if a next shot is available after that. You could get stuck in between them. Unless you pace it again. Yes, that's why you played a bit firmer. Well done.
Well, he's probably gonna play, yeah, so kiss into the 4. Quite ugly sometimes that 4 ball comes back out of the rail and nestles together with the 1. And I think that has happened. So technically it hasn't opened it, but the 1 ball is available, I feel like.
Yeah, it rolled back to its original place. I'm not quite sure if the 1 ball is now available. So, some work to do. Yeah, somehow it would be great to find a spot at the left side of the table, because all these balls are available in the bottom right.
Well, I do like to take the 7 ball away, as it doesn't go to the bottom right. Could even play the 7 and a bump into the 4 ball, 1 rail. But he's waiting with that, well, 3 ball situation on the right. Opening the corner for the 5 ball, or at least opening the 5 ball up soon.
Yeah, since he's taken the 11, then the 5 is still an option as a break ball. I must say, Tim, he's getting out of balls to solve the issue with the 1 and the 4. So, therefore, I think he's forced to take the 7 to the far corner. And that worked nicely for Yuma. So I assume he will do 1, 4, 3, 6. And where you want to land a bit high on the free ball. So if you just tuned in, you are watching the semi-finals of this straight pool event at the European Pool Championships 2026, held at the Miracle Resort in Antalya, Turkey. Here you're watching the semi-finals between Yuma Dörner and Luca Men, two young guys from Germany, and the other semi-finals is also with two German guys, Tobias Bongers against Stefan Kasper. And up until now it's all been the Yuma show. Fell pretty straight on this free ball, so a delicate draw is needed. Something close to where it is right now, a little bit up table. See the disappointment, because he wanted to have the cue ball a bit further and have himself a more angle on the 5 ball.
Yeah, but he does still have something to work with, right?
Absolutely. I think it's just looking at perfection, like it would have been much easier to get some action of the pack if he rolled, well, about 2 rolls further.
Yeah, definitely nicer to have a bigger angle. You don't have to hit the ball as firm as well. Great start though for Dörner. Now run of 41. Did make the opening shot, but then had to play safe. So not 42, but 41. And he's still going. Well, hit it quite well. If you look at the cue ball, he's controlled it perfectly. Did he get on the 3 ball, or will he have to shoot the 6? Now the 6 is not too horrible either. It's not a long distance, but you like to stay at the bottom, of course, where the balls are.
Yeah, well, at least that 12 ball is hanging in front of the pocket at the bottom right, so you don't have to do a lot with the cue ball here. You can completely focus on the pot. So my first look of it is that I would like to get rid of the lowest 3 balls, the 15, the 7 and the 4, and use the 3 ball to open up the rack again. Looks like he's going straight at it from the 7.
Yeah, I like that.
He has the 4 ball as an insurance ball. Well done. And it need nicely controlled.
He could do it again on the 15. If he leaves himself either high or low on the 15, could run into the balls again, especially if he goes into the 8. The 3 ball should always be available, and or the 13.
Well, indeed, he left himself some kind of an angle on this 15. He might stun this into the 8 ball.
Well, gotta say, thread the needle there a bit. Only pushed the 8 ball out and could have landed worse. He's just on the 3 ball. Probably will have to play for the 8 in the side. But it's a difficult situation to be in, because the 11 and the 2, they don't really have a pocket, and the 10, 9, 1, it's not easy to get on because there's not so much space to land on them, or at least on the 10, for example. So he's now looking maybe to play the 11 in the top left or the 10 in the top left. That would open things up slightly, but it is missable, these kind of shots. So I'd rather go to the 8, leave myself an angle on the 8 and run into the 11, for example.
Well, he is really trusting his long pots here. 10 to the corner. He already made a few shots towards the far corners. Right, looks like he has to take another one to the far corner. Maybe the 8 ball or the 11. Alternatively, he can choose for the 2 towards the side pocket. But I tell you, these side pockets of the arc tables, the Predator arc tables, play really tight. So this must be very accurate.
Yeah, still not any of these balls now laying nicely to move the 9 or the 1. You might have a go at it now. Yes, oh, well, a little bit of a lucky flick off the 11, because he still had the bump into the 9 and the 1, but it has worked out. Now, maybe 8, 11, then the 9. Play the 14 in the top left, top right, excuse me, and then leave yourself an angle on the 1 as a break shot. Or, well, I thought actually the 9 ball was laying in the rack, but he's looking at taking the 1 ball now, so that means this 9 ball must be a lot better to get on as a break shot.
Yeah, I thought the same, that the 9 would be in the rack, but well, Yuma played a bad shot. I want to stand more off the rail. Now he has some funny angle on the 14 and needs to switch to plan B. So the 9 is going away. And he's going to leave position to shoot the 11 in the side as a break ball, Tim.
Well, I gotta say, he hasn't left himself too much angle though, like to where you're cutting the ball pretty blind and then hitting it hard. He's like a bit in between, so I like how he's landed on this 11. We'll have the perfect opportunity to still hit it hard, open up the stack, but yet have a better aiming probably on this as it's a bit fuller.
I think he will hit the pack from the top. And if you take the most left ball of the two towards the outside, then quite some balls will open up, I think, without basing it. But it's also definitely a type of shot that you can glue the object ball, or sorry, the cue ball into the pack. Let's see, playing with top spin. Where's the cue ball going? It's in off.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
It's the end of the break, Tim.
Well, he's made a good run though. I mean, it was 54, but he didn't really have to play too many crazy shots, so it was nice and controlled. Very promising for the future if he gets another inning.
Yes, and indeed, 55-0 is quite a comfortable lead.
15.
Look, a man found a combination to start with. Choice between the 1 and the 8. And the 8 ball is a nice easy cut, but hampered by 2 balls, so he's kind of forced to take on this 1 ball. Now probably going forward to shoot the 14-8 combination.
Now, if the 2 ball does go to the bottom right, I would like to land on that 2 ball very soon, because if you take the 2 ball away, the 3 and possibly the 11 will go to the bottom left, and then I kind of feel like all the balls are available to the pocket.
Six to the side, back to the center of the table, probably for the 10 ball. Maybe he's also shot on a 4 ball. And I think that he will leave the purple 12 ball as a break ball for the next rack. Then in the corner, maybe run into the 9 with the cue ball. Little nudge there.
Yeah, playing solid pattern. Now, either way, it's gonna be a bit tricky. Think I would maybe play the 3 ball, draw over for the same corner on the 2, and then go up 12, 11, 9. Because if you play the 11, it's not as easy to still get on the 3 or the 2 to the bottom right, unless he's playing the combination possibly on this. Must be.
No, I think the 9 to the side. Oh, maybe you fancy the combination. So now it's going to be 9-7 and the free ball as a key ball to go up table. And we have the very first rack run by Luca Men in this match.
Yeah, nice angle on the 3 ball. Can drop this in, cue ball goes straight over to the center of the table. Doesn't really have to do too much besides, well, make the ball. Yeah, good start for Luca Men, who has had some time in the seat waiting for his first real opportunity. In the meantime, as you can see on the other table, Stefan Kasper had a bit of a run against Tobias Bongers. Did run 60. Now with the safety battle going on, if Tobias manages to win the safety battle, could try and tie the score up again.
So today we will finish the straight pull discipline. I think after this we will go into the 8 ball. Continue with, no, it's the 10 ball, isn't it, Tim? Then 8 and then the 9 ball as last discipline.
Yeah, straight 10, 8, 9, and in between we will have the teams. But if the team starts well, we're playing 8 ball, but there I might be wrong a little bit.
In the meantime, Luca Men made his break ball and a nice spread on the pack.
Now, there's 2 ways to look at this kind of situation, yours. There is I'm gonna leave an angle onto the 11 and I'm gonna run into the 10 or in between the 4 and the 6 or maybe into the 1. Or he could play to nick the ball, like get to the left side of the 2 and the 10, clear that up, then get to the right side on the 1 and the 8 to get to the bottom left, then to get to the left side of the 4 and the 6 again. So there is a clean way, but it's a lot of traveling. So in that case, I kind of liked to give the balls an extra nudge.
Right here, right now, from the 2. Run it into the 10, open up them up. Now if you take on the 9 and you roll forward, then you can clean up the 1 and the 8. But Luca Man decides to go to the top balls now. You could see a nice long stroke there by Luca Man. Great fundamentals. Back to the center of the table. Probably take on the temple, but he left a little bit of an angle. Maybe he's drawing it into the 9 and use the 9 as a stopper.
Yeah, only. I was gonna say only if the 6 or the 4 goes to the bottom left, which I didn't think so. So he's played the kiss. 4 ball now pushed out for a break shot. He has a nice angle on the 6 to get to the right side of the 8 or the 1. Looks like everything is quite under control for Luca Men.
Seven-second shot clock. Overrun it a little bit. Maybe forced by the shot clock to pull the trigger. Now it looks like he's drawing it to the long rail. Back up to the center of the table. How's the speed? And the speed is not good. He fell completely straight on this 4 ball, so I don't see a real possibility to open up the rack after potting the 4. And there might be an option for Luca to call a safety and draw the cue ball all the way back up to the long rail. Or is this something he can work with, do you think, Tim? Force something out? Cheat the pocket?
I didn't think so, but maybe stun, catch a piece of the 1. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's not so bad. You could stop the 15 and use the 11 to go straight into the stack. Maybe even if the 14 does go to the bottom right, which is a bit close to the stack, but you could play shape on that and open up the stack as well. So it looks like, oh, well, it's still a cut, but he was trying to not leave himself that much angle.
Well, it's a real thin cut, so he's over 2 balls. Look at the length of that bridge. Horrible. Still made it. But lost control of the cue ball. Again, he has a shot. The 9 ball if he wants to be attacking. But how many times do you rely on good shot making?
Well, hopefully he proves you wrong and does this every rack now and runs 100. But indeed, the odds are pretty much against him to do that in this way, though.
He's now looking at the combination 13-1. That would be a bonus if that's on. No, he's not. He's taking on the 9. Gotta stay down on the shot. Again, a nice long putt, but not rewarded. That other ball that went out of the rack found some gravity in the right side pocket. And I do think that from here it is gonna be end of break. No, he still went for it. And I tell you what, Tim, I think he is very lucky. Because by the looks of it, he doesn't leave any decent shot for Yuma.
No, if the 6 ball doesn't go in the side, indeed, very tricky spot to be in. Could maybe play for a 13-2 combination, because there is no way you can play safe with everything being so wide open. Well, he's going for a bank on the 14. The banks are open.
Perfect. Nicely played. Now I think the 8 ball passes the 10. If not, he's forced to take the 2 towards the corner.
Now could play 10 ball cue ball to the right side. Use the 13 to run into the 6 and the 3. That's most likely going to push a break shot out, and you're most likely to have the 2 ball. Or is he running into it right now? No. Well, maybe if he plays 7, maybe the 3 ball does go to the bottom left. Yeah, from the same.
Yeah, I think so. So he's still lining up for the 1 ball. So from the 1 going 2 rails around the 2 ball. Again, I feel like he's felt in nobody's land. He has to take maybe the 13, but will roll into the 2 ball. How would you feel like the 7 as a break ball?
It's very alternative.
2 rails out. Left long rail, bottom rail. and attack the pack from the bottom.
Well, it looks like he's still keeping that 13-2 intact. Maybe he's wanting to leave the 2 as a break shot just under the stack. But I think it's so easy to land wrong on the 13 to where you cannot hold the cue ball under the stack anymore.
Yeah, or roll into the 2 after contact. So this is gonna be a very delicate draw shot. And indeed, he felt a little too high on the 11, so he won't be able to avoid contact with the 2 ball.
Well, still, I think if he catches the 2 ball quite full, push the 2 ball to the short rail and have a bigger cut. The only problem is he's a right-handed player and you don't want to be cueing over the rack. Oh, he's played it the other way around. I kind of like what he's played there. Nice control. He can run off the point of the stack, so it's going to be a decent impact.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's gonna hit the pack pretty in the center of the pack. And I know the old school way from the shot to get out is to play this with a lot of inside English. To send the cue ball from the pack to the long left, bottom, long rail, long right rail, and then back to above the pack. At least that's how I learned it from Nick Vandenberg and Niels Veijen. So what would you do, Tim? Would you just smash it with more top right?
No.
Or do you dare play this with inside? Or?
No, I'm probably stunning into the point, into the corner ball on the stack. Because that ball does go away anyways. Well, he did go forward. Needs the 15 to move. Yeah, the problem with going forward is the fact you make contact with, I believe it was the 4th ball on the bottom row. And then the cue ball still has to go forward, touching the other balls, so it always stays low. And I kind of liked hitting the point of the rack, spreads better.
Yeah, at least to say that the outcome of this break is not what Yuma was looking for. I don't think the 9 passes the 11. So he might take on another bank, maybe the bank the 8 ball.
Well, he's playing as possible safety behind the 13, but I feel like if... Well, he's banking the 8. I'd rather bank the 7 ball, Joris. Because the corners,
Really?
they grab a lot more than the sides. Yeah, the sides are pretty tight
Ah.
on these tables.
But the 8 ball is off the rail, so It's a straightforward bank. Well, missed it by a mile. So again, end of break. I think you only made 10 balls out of that opportunity. And if Luca Man produces another 33 break, then suddenly the match is all tied.
Yeah, Yuma leaving the door open for Luca indeed. Ran a nice 50 plus break in the beginning, but then now the wheel's coming off.
Maybe from the 9 into the pack now. Hit it pretty firm. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, it just stayed out. Right. So 10 to the 1. Still need to work something with these 4 balls that's hanging in the rack. And also still need to work with the cue with a break ball. Because he's now taking away the 1 ball. And that 1 ball would have been, or could have been, a nice break shot. Yeah, nicely done, but again, Luca is searching for a break ball, and I think he therefore will go into the 40 now. He has, and I think he developed a break ball. But does he also have a shot to continue with? So
Well, he always has the long one, but...
yeah. That was the right sound for that shot. But he's kind of forced to take it on. A little bit jacked up. Yeah. Another miss. And did he leave an opening shot for Yuma Dörner? Can he maybe spin in this 4 ball? Lots of bottom left English. Yeah, he could spin it in. Again left himself a bit short, Tim. Now forced to take on the 15.
Yeah, can still play to the short side of the 5 ball.
So the 14 ball is out of the rack, you think? Must be.
Yes. Yes, let's see if he plays this to the bottom side of the 11 or if he chooses to stay at the back end of the table to play the 11 in the bottom left.
Going around the 11. Nicely done. Did fell some straight or straightish on this 11. So you might have to draw this all the way to the back rail. He's going forward 2 rails out, Tim. Well, not too bad. He did pass that line, but only with a margin, so he has a little angle only available on this 14 ball. But I think that if you full draw this into the pack, you drag some of the top balls to the left, and that should normally give you some kind of balls to work further.
Well, I'm just wondering if he has anything to work with.
You think it's so straight?
It looked really straight to me. But it is close to the rack, so even if it's straight, you could cheat the pocket maybe slightly and catch the 6 ball if you play draw.
Yeah, I do not like topspin this, because then there's quite some chance that you follow through into that corner pocket. Yeah, I think you can draw this into the 6. Indeed. You have a ball. So...
Well, inside spin, 2 rails to get on the 1 ball. And if you can get that angle on the 1, you can open up the stack again.
yeah.
I don't think there's another option.
Yeah, crazy could be to go into the pack right now. But I don't feel you got enough impact on the pack then. He is going for it. Now. How
Yeah,
did
was
that
trying to get something on that 3 ball, like open up the stack a little bit and have the 3, but I think that was too sensitive.
So Yuma is forced to play a safety here. Could roll from the 7 to the top left of the table. Nicely done. And I don't see any combination. And I feel that the free ball is too much of a cut to take on. Well, that's a lovely touch by Luca.
Now, I kind of like nicking the 6 ball thin and bringing the cue ball under the 3 ball. But he's looking to go more distance. Sensitive though, easy to leave either the 3 ball or the 5, but I think pace is perfect.
I think he was looking to shoot the 6 in the pack and leave the cue ball just above the 2 ball.
Yeah, good shot. That is the only tricky thing is I think Yuma can actually put the cue ball up table now. If you leave the cue ball near
especially if
the
you
top
go
right
to the
corner.
left side.
Yeah.
Yeah, so from the 2
It's-
to the right long rail, back to the left side.
Well, maybe even just past the side pocket is enough. Just leave a crazy cut on the 15 and say, hey, listen, if you shoot from here, that's okay.
So it looks like he's gonna shoot from here. Take on the 5. Doesn't have a full pocket available, so very difficult. But well played. What a shot.
Well, has the 3 ball available to run into the stack again.
Found the right angle on the free ball for that. Probably gonna give it some more power now. How's his luck? Oh, that little nudge from the 9 on the 8. Threw away the plan to shoot the 7 afterwards. Maybe the 13 passes the 15. So that would, yeah, it is. Alright, so he's got an escape.
Extension.
Oh no, he overcut it. He was really looking to get the cue ball a few rails out, back into position, but took the eye out of the pocket. It's an unnecessary miss there, I think, Tim. And what a chance for Luca to continue. He's on a 72. And, well, you do feel like that if if Yuma is keeping himself together, that he should be able to bring this towards the 100 line. And that would really put pressure on Luca. And don't forget, both players.
Uh-oh.
Are still pretty young with 23 years of age. So nerves can kick in because the stakes are high. It's a spot in the finals. And what do you think here, Tim? What to do?
Yeah, is there really... Oh, he's banking and he was running out of time, and it's Luca back at the table so soon already.
Now I think that the 7 ball is the only option for a break ball. I don't think it's wise to go 15-2 and find an angle on the 9 ball to nudge the 8 into position, because then it's going to be very tricky to continue with the 7. So 9, 8, and some position close to the left side pocket.
Yes, Luca only needing 23 points to level the score at 74. That would mean both players... Well, he needs 70-ish. And Yuma needs 51. And this is where things will start to get exciting, because both players know from each other that both of them are capable of shooting a 50 or a 70, like that range. And the closer that range gets, the smaller it gets, the more pressure comes. So this will be... It will be a nerve-wracking ending, I feel like.
You also feel like they will end up both above the 100? Well, that is a nice shot to see that indeed there's a 1-15 combination available. But don't forget, if you shoot the 1 ball underneath the 15, I don't think the 15 goes, so you'll have to recalculate that and get the 8 ball at the bottom side of the 15. Yeah, well played.
Yes, now I like his break shot a lot. If you look at how much spread there already is, if he can run into the 11, it's gonna open up the rack even more. Just a 3 and a 6 ball, or 2 balls not to get easy shape on, I feel like. Yeah, just wondering, does he already have a break shot with the 14? If so, that's one he doesn't want to disturb, but it's not easy to get on the 3 and the 6. Maybe with this little angle on the 1, he can play in between the 14-6.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if the 9 is a bit in the way. So yeah, he's now taking a look at the 40, because taking the 40 now will make the cleanup of the table very easy. But if you don't want to disturb the 14, it's kind of a puzzle. So Yeah, for the sake of the rack, I can understand that he's taking away his only break ball and left himself the right angle on the 6 to give the free ball a little nudge to develop a new one. Very nicely done.
Now
With
take
a
the 9 ball.
Go ahead, Tim.
Well, I was gonna say the 9 is one of those balls that you don't really want to keep that till the end. Doesn't really have much value being under the 3 ball. So now, is he going 8, 10, 11, 4? Or 8, 11, 10, 4? No, he's gonna pick up the 4 ball, play the 11 in the side. And then stun the cue ball over from the 10 to the left side of the 3 ball. So the beginning is easy, but traveling at the end, I was thinking about playing 10, 11, cross over for the 4 ball, and then the 4 should be quite easy to be on the left side.
First of all, this 11 into the side. Left himself enough angle on the 10 to go from the right side back to the left side. I don't think you want to get too close to the left rail. You want a little bounce from it. Yeah, that's good. So Luca Mann quickly closing the gap between Yuma and himself. Now only trailing by 9 points. And the other thing is that Yuma had some chances to extend his lead, but he forgot to punish Luca for the mistakes. And now Luca is getting a grip of this match. A lot of action in the cue ball, which run all the way back to the bottom. I do think that the 4 ball is available into the right side pocket. And I think that the cue ball will travel towards the 8 and the 7 after contact. So let's see what happens.
Oh,
Eye on the
yeah.
pot.
So
These
close to
side
level the
pockets-
score.
Yeah, absolutely. But these sides pockets play very strict, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah, the cut is just slightly different than most of the tables. And I mean, I'm not saying this in any bad way, because I kind of like how accurate you will have to play into the sides. And especially playing games like straight pool or 8 ball, where you do not have any other choice sometimes but to play into the side. Makes things a lot more interesting. In rotation, you can most of the time still choose to play something into the top corner, but then you have more space to move the cue ball, which is not always the case in 8 ball and straight ball, for example.
Six ball, corner pocket.
He called the green ball in a corner. Well, still there. Can take on this 14 if he wants. And the break ball is not guaranteed at the moment. I don't think he wanted that much on the 7.
Well, I think it's safe to say this is kind of the moment for Yuma Durner to make some impact in this match. Otherwise he will lose the main initiative, as he had a steady lead. It wasn't the biggest, but it was a steady lead.
Well, I can see running him this rack, but again, the break ball could only be the 8 ball, I think. And if you leave the 1 there and you fall straight on the 1 ball, shoot the 8 inside. To be honest, Tim, he looks a little bit lost in this rack.
Yeah, played that combination nicely though, to still have the 9 over the side pocket. Kinda like playing the 9 now. Not a big fan of going 8, 9 and then the 1 ball, because you're still traveling a bit from the 9 to the 1 ball.
So the 1 ball will be the break ball. And he got to glue the cue ball to the long left rail then. Delicate shot required.
Oh, it does get the job done though. Perfect
Indeed,
angle on the 1.
So now a nice chance. If he runs the next rack, he will hit the 100. In the meantime, I'll give you a little score update from the other match, because it's the German Stefan Kasper against the German Tobias Bongers, and Stefan is in the lead 83 to 47. And Tobias Bongers is the defending champion. So he needs to find another gear. In the meantime, Yuma with this break shot. Don't take the eye of the pot. He did. Another miss by Yuma. Unnecessary. And a let off for Luca. Not the easiest shot, but of course this 14 ball goes into the side pocket. A little bit of awkward cueing. Okay, made it, but not out of the woods yet. Maybe the 5 ball passes, that would be really helpful. I think the 15 ball is now the only shot that's really available. Is this? Now looks like he's gonna hit the 9 ball after contact. So he's staying at the lower side of the table. Really wants to get the cue ball back to the center. Now Luca back in position and only has one little cluster there with the 2-6-8.
Yeah, nice view from his cueing. Very smooth cue action. Now just gonna take the 13 away to open up the bottom right corner for the 10. Maybe even the 11. I'm not sure if that did go, but it does go now. Is he gonna play to the 12? Yes. And then just a stop shot on the 8 can draw the cue ball off the 2 into the left long rail and out. 2 ball moving over to the center of the table. Oh, he's going a different route. I probably would tap the 12 in yours.
Me too, because a stop shot on a 12 would be perfect for the 8. But
Well,
Lucas saw that the 2 was available right away. So
yeah,
then
I
the 2
didn't
was
think the
gone.
2 ball. Didn't think the 2 ball would go.
So you think the 11 is the break ball, or is this free ball also an option? With the 10 there, I would also like the 11 as a break ball. I do like the fact that Luca is having a little bit higher pace around the table. Ooh, that's a poor
I
shot.
think it's. Yeah, but I think it's just enough for him to power this in. Oh, you don't have to go all the way over. Even if you go a diamond out, it's okay. Bigger cut, but. Oh, and he's hung the 10. He's cheated it too much.
Yeah. It was all forced by the fact that he had to give a little bit more power in it. So again, an unforced error. And Yuma back on the table. Of course, the pot is easy, but need a good shot to find position on the free. And he did a great job there. Luca Men leaving the arena, taking a timeout. Because again, Luca did not take enough advantage of the chance that he had. And also Yuma decided to take a timeout. So I think the action will continue in 5 minutes from now.
Well, actually, it doesn't happen too often that both players are taking a break at the same time. So let's have a little look at the other semi-final. Stefan Kasper with the big lead in that one. 97 to Tobias Bonger's 47. So 50-point lead. Maybe there is a possibility to get a look at the other table while we're waiting. Or not. That is also very possible. Referee racking the balls. What a back and forth match we've seen so far between Luca Men and Yuma Dörner. And I can understand the pressure being very high on both of them.
Absolutely, both only 23 years old, so inexperienced in getting a spot in a major final, at least in the men's division. Here we can see Stefan Kaspers at the table trying to expand his lead. And I give you also a little heads up, because straight after these semi-finals we will continue after a small break with the finals. Of course we will broadcast the men's final, but also on the other table we will broadcast the finals of the women. And the players who are into the finals are Ina Kaplan and Lileya Lamlerström. Two set names, of course, at the women division and the women's. And you have any personal favorites for that final, Tim?
Well, I don't like to make things personal. Well, I'm actually trying to figure out the EPBF website as we speak. If you are interested in any draws, any participant lists, to see what the bracket looks like, then just hop over to epbf.com.
We can see Luca Men back at the table. What you want to say, Tim?
I was gonna say about the women's final, it's a very experienced Ina Kaplan against a very, very straight shot in Linnea Hjalmarström. So, yeah, it will be a good one. I have a feeling it could go either way.
It's going to be a nice final to watch too. So, if you want some more pool action, straight after these semi-finals we will continue with those finals. And that's probably the last straight pool action you're able to see for a while. Because all the major tournaments don't have straight pool as a discipline. Maybe we should start at WST, Tim. World straight pool tournament.
Well, I think there's already quite some copyright on the WST because there is also the World Snooker Tour. But
Yeah, absolutely.
I like the idea.
So the break of Bayuma, we are back in business. Made it. Got the 4-ball to continue with, but wow. What's next?
Well, I'm assuming the 7 doesn't go to the bottom right because he's looking at getting on the 5 ball to the bottom left. The other option is to actually take more of a calculated risk, also known as a gamble, to play the 4 and to stun straight into the 5, 2, 7, like in between.
Yeah, that would be
As
my
long as you play it-
objective.
Yeah. As long as you play it hard
Just
enough,
go-
I don't think why you should not get shape. Or this, I mean, I don't mind this at all. He always had the 9 ball.
Absolutely. Now I think was the right choice to make. 9 to the 10. See from there, it looks like the 5 is still available to the bottom left. Might
Yes,
also go
now-
back for the 8 ball because I think the 8 ball is also available. But if you fall on the 5 ball, that really opens up the bottom of the rack.
Yeah, I would definitely say 1 rail towards the 5.
Oh, he's taking on a combination. That's not what he wanted. Because now the 2 ball rolled forward because he gave some draw on the cue ball. And it rolled in front of the 5. Call to the bank on the 2. That looks close too, doesn't it, Tim?
Wow.
Well done. Now I think he has the 8 ball to the side pocket. Going forward, give that 13 a little nudge.
Well, should be reaching the 100 mark after this rack. Still some work to do. I mean, it's not coming by itself right now. As you can see, literally nicking ball per ball out of the cluster.
So again, he could go from the 15 back into the cluster. A little bit awkward queuing. Now again the option to draw it from the left temple, I think it is, into the 114. But needs to make sure he has a shot after this.
Yeah, still has the 13 as the break shot, so if he can play the 5 and at least get on the 1 or the 12 to the same corner, can play the 14 into the center to get to the break ball.
Yeah, well played. Cut to the right side. He is straightish on this 12. But maybe he can play stop shot and shoot the 10 to the right side pocket. Now looking to go forward and shoot the 9 on the left side. Well, found a oh, it's the the 14. Sorry for that. But he did find a nice straight line on this 9 to the left side. It's the 1. "14 to the tops," and he cleared the rack. Right, I think some kind of sign of relief there for Juma Dörner. It was a tough rack with a lot of puzzles. And not
Yeah, and
just
don't forget the bank he had to play in between. You know, it could have
Indeed.
easily went wrong on so many occasions.
And indeed, he also passed the 100 mark, so 24 balls needed to find a spot in the finals. On the other table, Stefan Kasper has increased his lead to 104 against 59 for Tobias Bongers. Least to say that the defending champion is a little bit in trouble here.
Well, either way, oh, wow, he just hooked himself. I don't think he can get by the 12, the 11, the 1. So that means you'll have to take on either the 10 or the 4.
Which both are horrible shots to take on, but I don't see any other option for him. Maybe the 14 and the 9 makes a combination to the side pocket. But his eye is only for the 10s and the 4s. So looks like he's taking the 4 to the corner. Extremely tough shot.
Yeah, it's
Nope.
missed. I kind of liked the 10 ball a bit more. Easier on the cueing, shooting over the pocket instead of over the rail. So now 22 points difference and just 45 points. That's a bit more than 3 racks.
Fall nicely on the 7 here. Might roll into the 8 and the 9. Indeed, he did.
Yeah, 9-ball now. Nice and open as a break shot.
The only thing that concerns me, Tim, is that Luca has had another time in his chair. Oh, that's what I meant. After, just before that time, the chair, he had a timeout. So it's been a while since he's been at the table and needs to warm up, get his arm working around. So if he can run this rack, then he could be able to expand the series.
Yeah, just if you could take the 8 or the 5 out. Oh.
Oh no, that not again, Luca.
Well, when he hit the ball, he already knew. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Just that
Yeah,
instant feeling like, oh no. So now this 12-ball cut.
Yeah, but it's hard to reach. It's a thin cut. No cue ball control. Wow, that worked out perfectly. Again, I feel like if he can work around the way in this rack, then it could be enough in stroke to do some real damage.
Yeah, it's gonna take the 6 away. 6 3-ball 15. Then the 4. Perfect on the 3-ball.
Left himself a nice little angle. Still looks good. Little hesitation by Luca. I think go forward 1 foot, 30 centimeters. Yeah, nice. So he managed to get through the rack, and where he was pretty close to get the score even. This is another great opportunity now for Luca.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy matches today actually. The whole schedule, usually with the EPBF, based on my own experience, matches they don't really start late. But in this case, I mean almost every match we've had on the stream tables, they were going down all the way to the wire, and now this one as well, the final's supposed to start in 10 minutes. And I can guarantee you, I don't think we'll make that.
No, absolutely not. And even if, for example, Luca or Yuma runs from here and Casper runs from his 106 score, I do know that we are going to have a little bit of a time break for the players to refresh themselves. And as said, it looks like both players are going to end up above the 100. And funny thing to say is that in a former match I was discussing in the fact that we have raised the race. We have extended the race from 100 to 125, Tim. And I was discussing like how many impact does that has? Should it or could it change the outcome of the match by extending it by 25? If you take a look at the current score, if it was a race to 100, then, well, Yuma would have been there already. But now, what a chance Luca has to, well, still win it. So it can make an impact. Needs to run a little bit slow
a
there.
bit short. It could have also,
Still cut.
I mean,
Yeah.
rather play too high than too low, I would say, on this 10 ball, excuse me.
Extension.
Still,
Wow.
if you play top spin, the cue ball will slide off the 4 up table towards the 12, or at least to have the 12 in the bottom left, unless the 4 ball comes in between.
Well, the 4 ball did not come in between. Found a nice route towards the right side pocket. And Luca is nicely on the 11. And maybe nicely enough to draw it straight into that 3-5 balls. Open up the cluster.
Yeah, I like that. Should be guaranteed the 1 or the 3-5. Well, this is telling me that there must be an open pocket available for either the 3 ball or the 5.
Well, he's taking a look right now. At the moment that the score is back to even. 102 each. And indeed, Tim, the free ball is a nice entrance towards that right side pocket. So probably the 5, 8 and 7 to leave a nice angle on the 12.
Well, I usually am a big fan of these kind of scenarios where if you land with a mini angle on the 12, you can stun over for the angle on the 7. If you run a bit further, you have the same on the 7, to where you can stun into the rail and out. So pretty fine. I am a bit surprised he's left himself still so straight, but he's got something to work with actually. Stun top spin, cue ball slides off the stack towards the bottom short rail, should be fine enough. And now 18 balls away from the final.
Indeed. Start by focusing on just the whole rack, because he needs to clean up this whole rack. You can see Yuma watching the other table. It's these finals between the other two German guys, Tobias Bongers and Stefan Kasper. And Stefan is only 8 balls away from victory. And Luca Man is handing his opportunity to Yuma. He scratches in the corner. It's a little bit like you said, Tim. If you have a little less angle on your break ball, you have to go forward. And after impact, you like to continue to the bottom side, to the lower side here. But, well, there are 2 holes. And unfortunately for Luca, the cue ball found some gravity there. What a semi-final we have again, Tim.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how close every match has been on the TV tables today. Yeah, it's actually interesting too how on probably 2 of the most crucial moments, the moments of overtaking or making a big difference in this semi-final, we've seen a scratch on the break shot. We've had I think it was the 1 ball on the side from Yuma, where he scratched off the rack, off the rail into the side pocket. And then the scratch we just seen from Luca.
And indeed, as I recall, we had a scratch at the top left, where the cue ball got drawn in straight from the pack. And Yuma trying to decide how to start. A little bit awkward. If it was shorter, then it would have taken the 14. If it was further, it could play the 9. Now he must take a very thin cut on the 9.
Well, I have to say, this is a lot more than awkward. I didn't think he could reach the 14. Well, the opposite hand did use quite a lot of that pocket, but in the end was fine. Now the 5 ball into the side. Yuma needing 21 points at this point. I think they might have made a deal together saying, hey, let's make this a close one, okay? Because I feel like we're still gonna see more misses, and well, can we get closer to 125?
Well, you can put this 5, top spin it. Again, I would like to give this quite some power, because you're not guaranteed. Oh, he might stun this over for the 12. Oh, that's better. I like it. Got the 1 ball to work with. Could go forward and towards the 3 ball. He's taking the 3 ball right away. Yeah, that opened up nicely. So now every ball has somehow a pocket available. I think the 1 ball is in a great spot as a break ball. I'd like to start off with the 4 ball and clean up the balls at the bottom rail. Maybe a little stun towards that 13 ball. Or into the 6, by the looks of it. No. So now everything is nicely in the open. And this is, I think, the chance that Yuma must take, isn't it, Tim? 6 more balls.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't
Sorry,
know
go ahead.
if we were the ones that did that match yesterday, but we've seen earlier that one match where it was so close towards the end that both players are going to be disappointed if they would lose this match, and especially Yuma having the first opportunity here and right now. He needs, well, these 6 balls. He only needs one good break shot, and then he has the opportunity to close it out to be in the final. So he's technically 1 foot into the final.
Yes, indeed, that's what we discussed yesterday, and yeah, we are for sure that at least one of these 2 guys will be disappointed. Ten to the left side, 15 and the 13 to find position. Yeah, I really feel there's no more missing for Yuma available. He has to take this chance. It's probably the best chance he will have to get himself into the finals. One more nice draw shot needed. I do like this angle, Tim. Could have rolled the ball further, but still workable. And with tension in the arm, I do feel like you don't need too much of a cut shot. Or you don't want too much of a cut shot. So Luca Man, sitting in a chair, praying for some, or maybe one extra opportunity at the table. And it's all in the hands of Yuma Dorner. Now he didn't really pace it again, Tim. Got lucky,
Yeah,
he's got this 4 ball to continue with, but that was risky.
Yes, I agree. This 4 ball is actually perfect. He can run into the stack again if he lands into the 7 or in between the 3-10. So not only did he get a bit fortunate, he doesn't really have to do much to create a lot more opportunity.
Quite awkward queuing. Looks like a flexible guy. Fallen nicely on the 6 there.
Yeah, now 6 balls. If you look at this, 12, 11, 15, 3. 5 ball does go. Maybe the 7 does go by the 5. So it doesn't really have to touch the cluster.
Would you draw it straight into the 10 now?
No, you don't have to open up the cluster. Why would you even go into it?
No.
Go
Just
into
to
the 3
give
ball.
yourself more
and-
opportunities. Just pick up the pieces is what you mean.
Yeah, I like it. If you tap the 3 ball in, you could play stop shot on the 5, stop shot on the 8, stop shot on the 7. Like anything is okay, really.
How are the nerves? Is he holding it together? Yuma Durner, 3 more balls away from a spot in the finals.
Yeah, Luca Man will
Yes,
be
the 10
gutted to
tries
lose this.
into. He will, he definitely will, Tim. And this 10 ball, and a fantastic step in his career. Yuma Durner, age of 23, he's into the finals. Thanks a lot for everybody for playing. I want to congratulate Lukamen winning a bronze medal. But we will continue with the stream after a break, and of course we have to wait for to finish the other match between Stefan Kasper and Tobias Bongers, and then we will start the finals. On this stream we probably will broadcast the finals of the women, and on the other stream we will broadcast the finals of the men. On behalf of myself, Joris van Amersfoort, and of course my co-commentator Tim de Ruiter, I would like to thank you, and we will continue in a bit. See you then.
reminder where the cue ball goes when you have to.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, otherwise there's a shot clock on it. I think you know already the rules. Okay, if you have any questions for that, okay, then I wish you a good match. Good match. Please also your pack somewhere there.
we're back at the Miracle Resort Hotel here in sunny Antalya for the opening finals of the Predator European Pool Championships organised by the European Hockey Billiard Federation. Straight pool is the game and it's time to meet our finalists. Firstly, with the women, on table 2, will you welcome, from Germany, Ina Kaplan. And representing Sweden, will you welcome, Linnea Hjalmarström. And on table 1, it's an all-German final. Introducing Stefan Kaspar. And facing him for the gold medal, we welcome Yumadona. It's a race to 75 for the women and 125 for the men. And your referees tonight are, on table 2 from Austria, Florian Rechtenbacher. And on table 1, Gintaras Petrovas of Lithuania. Players, you may lag for the break.
Live from the Miracle Resort in Antalya, I'd like to welcome you all, fans of the beautiful game of pool all over the world. We are at the final stages of the European Pool Championships in the straight pool division. In the left corner you can see Ina Kaplan from Germany, and opposite in the right corner it's Linnea Hjalmarström from Sweden. You're going to do a race to 75 and we'll see and who will become the new straight pool champion. In the commentary box it's myself, Joris van Amersfoort, and my dear friend Arya Sorabi. Good evening, Arya.
Good evening, Joris, and good evening, pool fans from wherever you're watching. Ina Kaplan, what can we say, Joris? Almost every single time we play these Euro Tours and European Championships, you're more often surprised not to see her at least reach the semi-finals. So
Yeah,
that's an indication of how dominant she is. She is a household name without any question.
indeed she's by far the number one in Germany's pool. The 38-year-old Ina Kaplan. Last year she also reached the finals of the straight pool event European Championships 2025, where she lost against, well, everybody knows her, Pia Filler. Pia not attending in this event. So another final for Ina. And already a nervous start for Linnea. Linnea Hjalmarström, one of the other established names, to be honest, Arya. because we've seen her quite a lot too.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, of course I'm stating the obvious here, but you don't reach the European final by chance.
Now, a very talented girl. And nonetheless, I do think that Ina is in favor of winning the title here. She's a lot more experienced and had so many finals already.
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
And you know, the good thing with straight pool, particularly if you're keen in the shot selection, it's the type of discipline where you don't really have to play the big shots in terms of power and a lot of screw and topspin. It's just a lot of, you know, good positional play, leave yourself enough angle to nudge one of you out and keep the break going. So what is she called there? Is she trying to cut this 13 back?
Yeah, I think that's the only shot available, because all the other
9 ball, corner pocket.
are blocked. No, she just called the
Extension.
9 now. So the 9 could be available. And although the spread is pretty open, a lot of these balls are blocking each other. This is a nice spot. Now nicely on the 13. And
Yeah, I'm just wondering
it's
if
wise
she
to-
can. Yeah,
Yeah?
exactly. She'll go into the 8, but I'm thinking, can she also hit the 14 after the 8? Yeah, she can. It just gives her a bit more opportunity. Now the 2 ball can be picked out of that spot. She could even play gentle nudge on the 1 ball. Doesn't have to risk that, of course. It's gone past it, but that's still fine. She can put this one into the side. If not, she can always take the 8 instead.
Nicely done. You can see that the fundamentals of Ina are very well trained. Not a single body movement when she's down on the shot.
Would you say she's a full-time female professional, Ina?
I'm not quite sure if you can call it a professional, because that would also mean that her whole earnings are coming from pool. But I do know that she's playing a lot of tournaments. And at least she's very well trained in the fundamentals.
Yeah, but you know, she always tends to go deep in the tournaments, particularly the European series, so she is definitely earning something. Maybe not as much as Lionel Messi, but then again, nobody does.
Well, it's a little bit doubtful, but it found gravity. Got the 4 to the side pocket. Still gotta figure out how to solve the 1 and the 11. I'm not quite sure she fancied to shoot the 11. Sorry, the 1 ball in the top, in the right side pocket. So
Yeah, that seems to be the right ball. I mean, if she takes away the 1, now all of a sudden she will have the 3 other balls, presuming she leaves the 10 for the break. Here, there you go. Now, she can take the 6, 4, and then the 11.
I think I would prefer to take the 11 first, then the 6 to the 4.
Yeah. Oh, she has looked at that as well. That was also a great alternative.
Ooh, again hit it a little bit at the thick side, but after a little doubt, the sixth ball decided to go into the pocket. So 11-4. Fell a little short there on the 4. So I think she must go towards the left rail and then back up to the center of the table.
Yeah, that is what we would consider unnecessary. A little bit more traveling with the cue ball. She should be able to. Oh my days!
No, yeah, you could see that coming, because two other shots similar as this one just went in, and the third time Arya, it stayed out.
Well, I'll tell you what, her opponent, Linnea, did not hesitate, literally jumped out of a chair. Needs the cue ball to travel, and just enough. I would say a foot further would have been ideal, but it is nevertheless an angle to develop the pack, so I'm sure she's a little bit surprised that the damage is only 13 points, actually 12 adrift, so
Yeah, Linnea is indeed quite straight on this tempo. There is a little bit to work with, but I think it's not much more than getting a few balls out of the rack. I would rather see her go forward towards the bottom. But it's end of break for Linnea. And also
yeah, not only
safety
that,
is gonna be issue.
exactly, tough spot. Yeah, I wouldn't consider this safe.
Well, I do know that Ina is going to take this shot on. Ina, great shot maker. Perfect. And a nice angle on the 14.
To go
Let's
right
see
in
how
between the gap.
Paceful. Yeah, she doesn't need to pace it.
Yeah,
Well, that's very
gorgeous
nice.
split. Yeah, absolutely. Now I would be enticed to take this 16 off straight away. Sorry, the 6, I mean. There's no 16 on the table.
It's the 16. Is that the golden ball?
Yeah, that's the imaginary ball.
Just gotta watch out not hitting the free ball.
Ooh, you see, it just dropped the chalk. Just get the rest out. That's fine. I mean, oh, doesn't need to hit this hard at all. Yeah, and by potting the 6 now, all of a sudden that opens up the pathway for the 7. And when once you pot the 7, now the 10 ball is pottable in the same corner as well. So good thinking there, I would have thought.
Now I think the 8 ball is already in a nice break ball position, so she could avoid making contact with it. She's now still looking to take the 8 ball away, so then that leaves only the 11 ball as a standard break ball. That's now a little bit tied up.
Yeah, she's
And-
made life a bit difficult for herself there.
Yeah.
Free ball.
Pot the 3 of the 13. That should be any difficulty for her. Might take this opportunity to pot the 1, you know, into the top right corner pocket. Doesn't need
not
to,
quite
doesn't
sure
need
that's
to
on.
risk it. No, maybe it's not. So, it'll be interesting to see. Is she trying to pot the 5 into the middle?
5 ball.
No, I think I might do that. That's difficult. But she got it. And from
Yeah.
this angle, I think she can attack the 11. But, I'm not quite sure what her approach is for that cluster of 2 balls, the 1 and 11. How to solve it.
I mean, she could take the risk to run into the 11. And if she... No, she's trying to play position. Yeah, so the 1 does go top right.
Yes,
That's
indeed, it does go.
She just didn't fancy it on the previous occasion. Now she's... Well, she has to take it on at some point.
And don't forget, Ian, in former matches we were commenting at the men's division, which was a race to 125. This is only a race to 75, which means that Kaplan's almost at the 3rd already. So it really can be helpful to at least pick up the pieces that the table brings before taking any risks on other shots.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are different approaches at the game. I've been never the type to think about certain ways to bank myself. I always try to hit for the jackpot, and that's the only thing I have in mind, is, you know, go for the most highest possible outcome. But you do make a valid point, because you don't need to run out the match in 1 inning. If you can do it in 3,
Thanks.
by most standards, you've done a pretty good job in itself.
Indeed, and especially in finals, I rather win ugly than lose very brilliantly.
Yeah.
Ooh, Linnea. Another unforced error. Might be the
And-
nerves still in the arm.
Yeah, is that 13 ball potable after the 12? That could be
I
even
think it is.
more added insult to the wounds. Yeah,
I think it is.
a little shake of the head. That was a frustrating miss, I'm sure. Well, I think I know the answer, but I'll ask you anyway. Of the 2 players, who you would have thought would desperately need a quick start?
Yeah, it's very important for Linnea to get a little bit more of table time and get a little bit rest in this final. Because a nervous arm really doesn't help at straight ball, where you have to switch from long strokes back to very small ticks with the balls and clusters. So I wish her some more table time. And indeed, Arjan, this break ball has found a nice place after the miss from Linnea.
Lost the
Right,
she's
well.
lost the cue ball.
Yeah, I think the 14 ball still goes to the top. Well, it's difficult indeed.
It's a horrible shot.
Yeah, indeed, it's a horrible shot. And this combination is on the 6 on the 15. But she has
Equally
to
horrible.
correct it. Yeah, equally?
Equally, yeah. I don't have a lot of faith in this shot, but she is going for it. So 6 onto the 15, like Joris just said.
Look at the hand. Don't touch any balls.
And she did. She fouled the 10.
Yep.
No. Out of the two options, then I would have preferred the 14.
14 to the corner.
Yeah, that was for me a very difficult combination.
Now there's a nice option for Linnea here. If she wants to go straight into the pack. She starts to
Off the
go...
9 ball.
No, in
Yeah,
between
she-
the 9 and the 6. But I think that line was there. And almost guaranteed for next shot.
I must say, I'm a bit surprised she didn't take the opportunity off the 9 to go into the pack. She was guaranteed to have a shot at the 6 or the 11 with a bit of stun screw. So I feel like that's a missed opportunity, in all honesty.
Well, what I do like, and that's what I also just meant, is it's very important for Linnea to get some rhythm, get some balls pocket. Because, yeah,
Yeah, I'm afraid that's just because of wrong shot selection. She had the 9 into the pack and she would have opened the whole lot, and now she's got nothing.
I understand, yeah, but what I meant is that it's very hard to make the right decisions if Nurse is kicking in, which, well, she played a very nice safety. And if you get your arm a little bit more loose, then all of a sudden
say
you become a fool.
Very nice, but I think the 5 is potable.
Is it? Is there a
Oh.
gap?
And if it isn't, she can play this combination,
Oh, no.
I'm sure.
No, yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
The combination is what she's taking on. I'm not quite sure if it's on. Maybe the 5's a bit in the way. Missed it. So another opportunity for Linnea. Has the gap to attack the 11. I think even the 7 is an option.
Yeah,
It indeed is.
her positional play is finding her out there, catching her off. It's hard work so far.
Yeah, that
Nicely
works
recovered.
nicely. Now, it's getting a little bit more difficult here, because the free balls in the center are only available towards this pocket. So if she goes into the 3 and the 12, she might have an issue. So the only balls she got left are, well, it looks like the 12 and the 10.
Yeah.
Extension.
If she takes the 12, no hampered queuing, but with the 10 it's easier to send your cue ball in a spot where you have multiple options.
Right, nicely done. Now, if you take on the free ball and roll a little bit forward to shoot the 4 in the right side pocket. Just take it easy. Oh, she went 3 rails around. That definitely works. Now, if the 2 ball passes the 4, she can give the 4 ball a little nudge to develop this as a break ball. If it doesn't pass, she's forced to take on the 14.
Seems to be eyeing up the 2 into the side pocket. Yes, falling through the cue ball, and she's lost it ever so slightly. Might have to be the 4 into the side, but if she tries and attack the 4 into the side, that cue ball is going to run into the 12, so no real guarantee to know where they will end up. Oh, that's...
And the side pockets are absolutely monsters. These Predator arc tables, they run amazingly good, and I feel that it's a really fair table, even the side pockets, but you have to play a perfect line to the center of the side pocket, which spits it out. So 25-17 with Ina at the table. Picking up some pieces really helped Linnea into this match. And I think that if up until 50, if Linnea can catch on to Ina, then we could have a real nice final match.
Quite some power required on this shot.
Right, got the 7 ball to continue with. I wouldn't do anything with the cue ball according to side spin, just play top spin. And another ball missed by Ina, letting Linnea back to the table.
I don't think she's the type of player that would go into the pack here, but I would definitely be tempted.
Oh no, I would really prefer to play it from the top side indeed. There's no insurance ball available if you attack it from the bottom. So now I would like to draw the cue ball into the 4 ball. Pretty easy. Don't pace it. Don't hit it too fast. Lovely. So now you've got the 15 as your insurance ball to continue the rack. Bring it back to center table for the 9 ball.
9 or the 8.
Yeah, nicely. Yeah, I prefer the 9 ball because then again the 8 ball can be your insurance shot.
Yeah, definitely. Out of the 2, that seems to be the most sensible shot. But not played in this way. Yeah, she needed a bit more backspin.
Yeah, indeed.
Or Or can she see the 13? Oh, she can.
Yeah,
What a
that 13 just rolled back into a potable position, Aya. That is
What a
quite
stroke
some
of
luck,
luck.
yeah.
Yeah, but you know, it's part of the game. I'll stick with it as long as you attack and you pot the intended ball. Good things could and probably should happen.
Again, a nice little nudge, but those 5 balls, the 1, 6, 4, 3 and 11 are still quite difficult. And she gotta make some kind of a plan how to deal with that. Again, not ideal, because I do feel that she's straight in on this 8. Can she force a little angle? That would be ideal. She could. But what has she left herself?
Thin cut here on the 11. And this is a very awkward shot. And also the middle pocket is slightly in play. She's playing safe, is she?
She is. She's defending her comeback, because she's now only 1 point behind Ina. And Ina, well, her last shot was quite a miss from about the same spot the cue ball is in right now. So a lot of pressure on this 4 ball for Ina. And again, it pays off for Linnea. A well calculated, well, action. Well foreseen. And now Linnea can continue with her break. She could have played a combination, a 10 on this ball. Stay above the balls, but now she made a little bit of an difficulty, leaving herself a bit of a sharper shot on the 1, sending the cue ball up table. Has to attack the 6 ball. I guess he has to calculate the contact with the 10. Nicely done.
So a 3 ball seems to be just below the stack. So play position. No. Yeah, it developed it.
Wow, that's a great shot.
Extension.
Very well done.
Most definitely. That was a touch and feel shot, and well, 10 out of 10 for my liking.
Needs to roll a little bit further. Again, she gave a little bit of top spin, where I would have suggested that she would stun it a little bit more to the left side. Now she doesn't have a lot of angle on the free ball, and therefore she will not be able to give a lot of impact on the pack. In former stroke area, she chose to give it a little bit of draw or stun, and she got stuck at the side of the pack. I truly hope that she will dare to give a little bit more top to the object ball, and just to get that 10 and 14 ball out. Just let it go out in from that corner of the pack. Again, she decides to draw it back. And again, she's not having a real good shot here. In the meantime, Linnea up front, leading 31 to 26 now.
You might be onto something here, Joris. It almost feels like that is her game plan. Chip away per inning.
One ball in the corner.
Contact needed. Oh, how's that 15 ball? No, it's not good. It's a bit too thick of a hit. And Linnea can now attack here. Of course, she has the option to play it quite firm, or she can try to hold it. She did hold it. Nicely done. Nicely for the 6 or the 4. Decided to go in the pack there.
Yeah, needed
That
a
would
bit
have
more
been
backspin.
very di-
Yeah, and also I was thinking she could have taken the 4 and then leave herself a bit more angle on the 6. Then the pack would have, you know, scattered all over the table. Now, once again, it's going to be cherry picking, and she's running out of balls to, you know, run the rack.
No. On these tables, that's not allowed. So a miss by Linnea, and I think there was a lot more points in this opportunity for Linnea.
Yeah, but also, I'll be very curious to know what other ball was she playing for after the 5, where the cue
Well,
was
most
finished.
probably for the 4, but she just didn't finish where she wanted. As said, I can understand that tension in the arm can be very difficult to handle.
Yeah, most definitely. You don't need all of that when you're playing arguably one of the biggest matches of your life.
Well, the 11 ball was so friendly to find a nice position over that corner pocket. Now everything is pretty much in the open, so she doesn't need to do anything crazy here. She might draw this into the 8 because you have the 10 as an insurance shot. Oh, she missed everything. I don't think that was the intention, but
Maybe she was trying to chip the left side of the 9 ball.
Ooh, another twisty arm. And how is her luck? I think she got quite lucky, leaving only the 7 ball to the bottom right.
Seven
Yeah.
from corner pocket.
No other options available to her. Has to go for this. Well, doesn't have to go for it, but what are her alternatives? Needs to go for this full-blooded. Cue ball going towards the pack of balls. And haven't made contact. She's been a bit unfortunate, Joris.
Yeah, to this, especially such a thin cut shot, you don't can have that much of a control over the cue ball. So you need a little bit of fortune, or at least you don't want bad luck. And I think indeed that was it. Still has the 2 ball to cut back to the corner pocket. Again, a very thin shot. And she's sending that cue ball to the top right corner. Well, she hit it absolutely too thick. So only 1 point for Linnea. And Ina now. What an opportunity. I'm not quite sure if the 11 and 8 makes a combination. Well, now we will never know, huh? So even though the 9 ball is very high above the pack, Ina decides to still use it as a break ball. Well, that's about perfect to land on. Maybe a little bit too straight, but you don't want to have a lot of angle. So it's a race to 75. We are about halfway there. Not seen any big breaks. Oh, Ina did manage to get the corner ball out. And of course the 11 is a great ball to open up the rest of that pack.
Yeah, that was a very advanced positional play. Nicely done. Developed a few more, and well, this is the type of shot selection we are accustomed to seeing. If you have a chance to develop a few more, and whilst doing so, giving yourself the best chances to land on the next ball, it's something that you see all these top players go for.
Now I'm not sure if the one has a possibility to putt. If the one is not on, then she might be a little bit in trouble after this last free ball. Well, she played position for it, so I assume it's on. Oh, she's going for the combination. Well, that's pretty far off. Still makeable, but also very missable.
8 ball, corner pocket. Extension.
Extension is called by Ina Kaplan. Full focus on this combination. Made it. But what's left now? Another combination. It is, and also this one she has to,
4 ball, corner pocket.
well, steer the 4 ball towards that corner pocket. Hit it a little bit thicker. Shot clock is ticking. Makes it. Now she finally has a normal putt available with the 1 ball.
Yeah,
She
kind of.
could go into that
feel-
14 and 5, isn't it?
Yeah. I was hoping she could make it 3 out of 3 for combinations, but like you said, normal play resumed. Could take this opportunity to run into the 3 balls there. There you go. Open them up nicely.
And the 11 found a great spot for a break ball.
I think you mean the 13?
Sorry, correct, Aya. I mean the 13. So 11, 5, 10, 6 is the most logical route.
Yep, it's just overrun it for the 5, so probably the green 6. And then either the 10 or the 5, or the 5 and the 10.
So 5 and a 10 towards the same pocket.
Smallest
Felt
of
a little bit
angles.
funny. I think she has to go forward 2 rails.
Yeah, I agree. Needs to inject enough pace here. Yeah, seems to have done that. The rules say you cannot pick out a ball out of the pockets until the remaining ball or balls on the table have stopped in motion.
And in the meantime, Ina Kaplan has gained a lead again. Now 19 points in front. 22 points more needed. A rack and a half. Again, this 13 ball is pretty low or high. So again, I think she just has to take out the corner of the pack. Again, she decided to hit it very powerful, sending the cue ball all the way back. And I don't see anything to attack here.
Maybe another combinations from somewhere.
Well, the 14 and the 1 ball are a combination, but it's too far off to take on. So I assume Ina to duck and hide. Well done. Nice cue ball control. And in the meantime, it's an exactly 20 points lead now for Ina. And Linnea needs to probably hit the 7 or the 15 very thin. Sending the cue ball back to where it is right now. Very well done. Gotta watch out, approaching the 7 balls. He's gonna 7 into the 3. And that might stick his nose out to the bottom left. Or the 7. So I think Linnea needs to grab the bull by the horns. Make the 7. And run into the purple 12.
Taking this 5 ball into the top left.
It's there. Nicely done. Right, still alive. Got the 15 to work with. Of course the 2 ball to open him up, but I think it's more wise to again pick up the pieces. Fallen nicely on the 10 ball. Now she could draw this into the 9. I think she spotted a 3 ball combination.
11 ball, corner pocket.
Now from the 6 she can now easily open up the 9 and the 1. So the 14 ball could be a nice break ball. But if you want to have the fourth in his break ball, she needs to find a nice position on the one ball. She played that a little bit too fast and too hard. Now fallen pretty straight on this 8 ball. Needs to draw it back to the long rail. Well, not ideal.
Extension.
Now the 12 to the top right. Bring the cue ball more to the left for the position on the 2 ball. Could still work. It found gravity, Arya.
Yeah, as a famous commentator always said, knocked 3 times, knew the password.
Now she found a nice spot on the 1, but can she hold the cue ball at the left side of the 14? That's gonna be the challenge, I think.
Yeah, needs to get enough bite into the cue ball. It's a delicate positional shot, this one.
So you can see Ina Kaplan standing up. And she's taking a timeout. And as you can see, also Linnea Hjelmeström is leaving the arena for her timeout. Both players taking their rest. And I think if you look at the scoreboard, Arya, 46 to 54. Again, we can have a very close race, close match, as we have seen the whole European Championship already. But I must say that it's a great day for German pool. At the men's division, we have 4 German players in the semis. So, of course, 2 German players in the finals. And also here at the ladies division, you can see Ina Kaplan for Germany in the lead. And, well, this is day 2 of the European Pool Championships here in Antalya, held at the Miracle Resort. And the European Pool Championship will continue to be held all the way up to March 10th. And directly after that, we will continue with the Euro Tour of Turkey. And this edition will be an 8-pool edition. So a lot of pool action, live broadcasted to you all over the world. The winners, and of course also the loser of this final, but all the medal winners will not be crowned tonight, but they will be crowned this Wednesday when the award ceremony of the 10 ball is. Then we will also do the award ceremony for straight pool. But pool action will continue tomorrow morning. And that's indeed the 10 ball discipline that we continue with. In the meantime, the time out of both players is getting to the last couple of minutes, because they have a 5-minute timeout. And there you can see Ina Kaplan back in her chair. And Linnea putting back her glass on after a sip of a drink. And then we can continue with the final parts of this final race to 75. And it's Linnea at the table. I think it's on this occasion important to give it enough pace. You got to draw the cue ball out of that pack. Well, that little kiss helped. I think she got the 1 ball to continue with, or at least the 11 to the side pocket.
Is there any value to go into the pack here on of the two?
If you go into the 8, yes, but I wouldn't take that risk because the 2 ball is in a missable spot if you force it. Well, she did hit something. And the 7 as an insurance ball is still on.
Yeah, 9, 5 or the 11 for the center pocket. Could even take the 6 top left.
Gotta stay down on this shot. Yes, well done. So the 8 is available now. But gotta make some kind of a plan. If you pick up the pieces, then suddenly there are no more pieces left.
Extension.
Yeah, it just seems to be a part of a game, a strategy or approach, whatever it is. It's helped her to get to the final, and as you can see, she's well within reach to go all the way as well. So although at times it might be a different approach, it seems to be working for her.
Maybe she's playing a stop shot here indeed for the 9-12 combination.
Hat 12 Paar Corner pocket.
It's a little bit off, as you can see. But she made it. Now, not much balls left to pick up. Those 5 balls are clustering together in not such a nice place anymore.
Well, how about that, Joris? She just pushed the
Well.
10 in a spot where she will disturb at least the 4. And if she does manage to get enough backspin in the cue ball, you would think she would also run into the 3, even the 13. There you go. All the balls have moved from the spots. So it's looking likely to be one of these balls below the stack. which is fine as long as you get the right angle on it. 13, I'm pretty sure, is inside the racking pattern, so that's not available as a breaking shot just yet.
And now I think she wanted to push the 4 ball into a nice position as a break ball. It's not there. Then the red 11 is an option too. By the looks of it, that will be it. Roll forward a little bit or stunt follow through at the 4 ball. Not too much. Yeah, I like this. So look at the
And-
scoreboard, Arya.
Yeah, in front, she's just chipped away per inning. No real high scores, but she's stayed close to her opponent, and more importantly, towards the end part, the end game, she's actually taken the lead for the first time. Only 14 potted balls away for what would be a very encouraging victory for her, you would have thought.
Now I like to play this with a tip outside English, so a tip right-handed English, because the 7 and the 15, the 2 brown balls, that would be my target. Of course you could go to the other side of the pack, that's good too. Don't go for the 8 ball. Yeah, that's nice. Can hear the applause from the audience because she hit the 7. And that was a very nice shot because therefore the cue ball got out of the rack.
I think
And
whoever
she can
applauded
continue.
was listening
Mhm.
to your voice, and they nodded in appreciation. Just a little short. I thought she was trying to play to leave an angle on the 12 here, but she can't really do about the pack so far, so it'll have to be off the 11, you would think.
Yeah, she might just pick up this last 6 ball. Then she have picked up all the pieces, leaving it herself a little bit longer 11. Now I would not play this with 100 miles an hour.
Couple of cut shots. The 7 with right spin could be the leeway towards a potential famous victory. In fact, if she takes the 15, it's hard to see where the next ball comes from. So you could say the 7 is a must-go shot here for her from this position.
And I don't think she even needs to play this with a lot of inside. With tops, I think you can reach the 9 ball. Well, she missed a 9. Therefore, it will be end of the break. Unless the 5, no, the 5 is not into a cluster. So, safety. And Ina now back at the table. And with her back against the wall. Because her opponent only needs 8 more balls. Did she leave a shot to the top corner? Is that 1 ball going towards that top left?
Yeah, it seems like it.
The issue is that she has to put draw on it, and therefore it's a little reward only, I think. Because I don't see any other possibilities to attack here. Nicely done. So Ina could play a similar shot, sending the 15 towards those two balls, bring the cue ball back. Nice.
Nice cue ball. Might have to be an intentional foul here.
Side pocket.
She's called a 10 into the right side pocket. Must be
And with the
close.
shot clock ticking, this is a must take on. No.
Oh,
And where's the cue ball? Oh, look. Oh, no, he might still leave a 15 to the side pocket.
yeah, but you
thought she
could
was very
still.
lucky, but-
Yeah, but still, I mean, she could have left a much easier, straightforward pot in either the 5 or the 2. This 15 is a little bit hampered with the queuing, so as you alluded to earlier, these middle pockets are not the most generous, so it has to be precise. And well, what a chance this is now. She needs 7 balls. We can clearly see 5 in the open, so she will need one more nudge on that cluster, and it seems like she's gonna take the opportunity from here. Yes, she is. What a great shot that is. Yeah, that could clinch the
Absolutely.
deal.
Could be. It should be.
Well, I just saw her taking a good long inhale and exhale.
5 more
So
balls.
yeah, she's in prime control here.
Absolutely. And what a result for Linnea Hjalmarström to crown herself the new straight pool champion of Europe.
Yeah, has a nice ring to it, hasn't it? Might
Not
elect to go
completely
up
there.
and down. Might elect to go up and down. You've got the 2 balls at the top of the table sitting there. Ooh. She's gone a different route. She'll, after this 10, she'll need one of the 2. So probably draw it back and put it into the bottom right corner pocket. Yeah, that's the shot to go for. Essentially, this is for the win. She makes the 10, and she does.
She does. Amazing.
Yeah, you cannot.
Well played,
You cannot
Linnea.
see her miss this. Yeah. Just gearing herself up. She's got plenty of time on the clock. And that concludes the final. What a victory. I'm sure she is super, super proud. Yeah, you can see the relief. It's always very special to see someone, a young lady, fulfill one of her biggest ambitions. European champion. What a title that is. Well, like I said, that concludes this final. Just a quick update. We do have another final on display. That's on our other featured stream table, table number 1. So head over on that and you can follow that. It's Stefan Kasper, I should say, against Yuma Dörner, our all German final between the men's. Stefan Kasper currently 75 up to 16, so there's still some action left for you guys. From my behalf and my dear friend Joris, thanks for tuning in, and many congratulations to Linnea. Bye for now.